waste of existence. We spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste of existence.
Anxious Earth is rising. Anxious Earth is rising. I'm so happy.
We spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste of existence.
Oh, hi. This is the Double Tribble channel. My name is Ron, and I live in rural New Hampshire, surrounded by forests and wild animals. Wait, I'm still a cartoon. Hold on.
Ah, that's better. Hey, Double Tribble here, Double Tribble channel in New Hampshire. Live in rural New Hampshire. Rural New Hampshire, surrounded by forests and wild animals and all kinds of exciting things. Depending on your perspective. Sometimes I stream about the animals. I might talk about the animals today. I don't know. I don't have much of a plan today. Yeah, I got to talk about a few things. If you haven't followed me already, and you like science or vegan stuff, or like to support neuro-D folk, any of that, yeah, give me a follow here and give me a follow on YouTube. My links were at the beginning of the stream here and there somewhere on my Twitch page there. So yeah, I want to talk about a variety of different stuff. Didn't have any one particular thing I wanted to talk about. But I was, a couple streams ago, I was talking about foraging for food in the forest. And I had a bunch of acorns. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. I had a bunch of acorns here that I had found just out in the yard there. These are some beans from my garden. But I just had a whole bunch of these acorns. Let's see this. These acorns. These are red oak acorns. And there's just a ton of them. There's a lot of food out there in the forest that you can just eat, you know, which I thought was really cool. And I talked about that and streamed about it a couple times, I guess. And, you know, the whole process, you got to soak them and do all this stuff. And then I was looking for something. I was rearranging stuff. You might notice I rearranged a few things here. And I come across this little book here called Wild Edibles. Northeast, which is where I am, right? Northeast United States. That's where New Hampshire is. So this little book by I don't know, E. Barry Kavesh, I guess. I don't know how you pronounce it. Anyway, it just has a whole bunch of stuff, and they have things you can look for in the winter. Here's the area that it covers. Here, see. I'm right here. There. I'm like right at the border between Vermont and New Hampshire. But it's got lists a whole bunch of different things that you can eat in the fall and then in the spring, so you can scavenge for them whenever you need to. Oh, I didn't check to see if my mic was in sync. I don't know. Should I worry about it? I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it's okay. So it lists all these different things, and some of them are just they call them herbs or medicinal, and all this kind of stuff. So a lot of stuff that just looks like weeds that are growing out there that you could eat. But they do have nuts in here. They got lots of berries. These little berries they've got here. Am I doing that right? All these different berries that you can get. So I don't know where I got this book. I think I must have picked it up at a yard sale somewhere or something like that. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that I was talking about getting food from out in the forest, and then I found this book. So that was kind of cool. And the book does mention the acorns in here, and it talks about the different. See, it's got the acorns here, red oak and white oak. Those are the two major kind. I got the red oak, and you can tell by the leaf. The red oak has a pointy. Here's red oak has a pointy leaf. White oak has a more smooth leaf on it. Unfortunately, the acorns aren't that. They look very, very similar. I can't tell the difference just by looking at the acorns. So you got to know. You got to know the tree know that the tree, what the leaves look like on the tree that you're picking them up under, or whatever, to know what you're getting. The process is the same though for processing them. It's just the red oak has more tannin in it, so it takes longer to go through the process, to leach out the tannin out of it. But it's got these different. Here's another one, hickory. I don't know what that is. Some sort of a seed of some sort. And walnut. It's got a little walnut, black walnut. There aren't that many black walnuts around here. We only got a couple of them in our whole town here that I know of. They're pretty rare. People talk about it sometimes. So there aren't a lot of them. Lots of different stuff here. They had pine. They had witch hazel. I've heard of that before. I don't know what that does or what it is. But anyway, it's kind of this is kind of a tough time because they don't have any trees. Don't have any leaves on them. Because we're past peak. They call it past peak for the leaf. Foliage viewing and all that. So most of the trees are all just branches now, except the pines. Of course, the evergreens are still, so the deciduous trees are all just sticks now, So, but I was thinking I could go in there and walk around nearby and whatever into the forest and see if what I can find. And they also mentioned one in here. I forget which one it was that is a really good thing to get. Is it the hickory? No, it's another one. Chestnuts. No, that wasn't it. But they got hemlock in here. I don't know what. That doesn't sound good. It makes me wonder about this book. But they've got. Oh, these little ones here. I think I've got one of these out there. Spice bush. I saw one of those out there near where I feed my birds. I think I've got one of those. So, or maybe it's this one. They're little red berries on them. But they had one in here that was a nut that I guess it doesn't matter. That they said, oh, this is the best thing to get. It's it's you don't have to treat it. You can just eat them straight and raw and on. It's real good in these nuts, and there's a whole bunch of them and blah blah blah. And it said, but you got to get them in October, because if you don't get them in October, all the squirrels and the other critters will, because they like them too. So, and like these nuts I had here, these acorns. These are red oak. I guess, see that? They come on these little things and they fall off. And they have a lot more, as I said, they have a lot more tannin in them, the red oak. So they were laying out there for a long time, and the squirrels weren't getting them for a long, long time. Then we'd have a couple deep freezes and a bunch of water, snow and water, a little bit of snow, but a lot of rain, and then the squirrels started getting them. So they apparently the squirrels kind of prioritize their scavenging. They get the good stuff first, and then when that's out, then they'll go. Then one of the last things they get is these red oaks, and that's like their backup in case they didn't get enough, or maybe when they store them, the natural, wherever they store them or whatever, maybe the natural trickle of the water through the thing or something kind of reaches out enough tannin where they can eat them. I don't know. Don't know how that works. I'm not a squirrel. I just act like one. I'm trying to act like a squirrel. I guess you could say that, right? Let me change something here. Do I have? Okay. I wasn't sure. I kind of didn't go through the regular process here in setting all this up. Did I have an ad yet? I think I blew through the ad, so I think we're okay for ads for a while. I've got my ad monitor up here now that I don't know if it's helpful or not. It's got this little sliding scale, on the screen. You can see it right here. Right. This little thing here, this thing. It's a sliding scale that's supposed to say when the ads are coming up, but it's kind of hard to read. It's kind of confusing, but I think I blew through the first set, so now we don't have ads for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is. Yeah, if you're watching on a VOD, this is a live thing, right? So it's a live recording of a Twitch stream, so it's not like an edited video, so you get it, right? And you can fast forward to whatever you want. If I'm not talking about the thing you want, fast forward 10 minutes, because this stream here I'm going to be talking about a lot of different stuff. So I talked about edible food that you can find in the forest a little bit. And another thing I found, I went for a little walk this afternoon, and actually for the last couple of days I've been finding this stuff here, which is a lichen of some sort. And this stuff is much more common than that other one. I showed you that lichen a couple streams ago. I showed you that old man's beard, or whatever it's called, or bearded something. I forget what it is. Bearded moss, or I don't know. But this is a lichen that's it's all over the place. It's all over the trees. A lot of the trees have it. And I found a really big hunk of it. I mean, a really big hunk that was even too big for me to carry back from my walk. But then I found a smaller one. So I grabbed that. I'm going to see if I can grow that. I got to look it up. Maybe that's something we can do, is look that up on Wikipedia or something, find out exactly what it is and how I'm supposed to take care of it. But this is all over the north sides of the trees, particular species. I don't know the species, maybe birch, or I don't know which one it is. But it's on the north sides of the trees. And there's quite a bit of it lying around out there right now, because we had, as I said, a hard freezes. And last night we had an ice storm. and there was a lot of wind, and so they get, they fall off and get blown around, stuff like that. So I picked that up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grow that. I could try to look that up right now. I don't know. You want to do that? Yeah, let's do that. See if we can find out what that is. Where can I do that? Over here, maybe, huh? Let's see. Wikipedia. And let's see what that is. It's lichen, right? Lichen? So what is it? Lichen? There it is, lichen. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I can put this on the doohickey here so you guys can see it. Browser window. Okay, turn it on. Click that, click this, click that. Lichen. Shut that off. There you go. Look at that. Amazing. So, it's lichen. I don't know what kind of... there's so many different species that I'm not really sure. Well, this is the one that I think that's the one that I found out on the other day. No, that's not exactly it, but it's pretty close. Yeah, that looks pretty close. Let's see if that's it. Oh no, it's a little bit different. Huh. Well, that looks kind of close. Yeah. A fallen branch. Oh, that's what I was doing. Yeah. That looks pretty close to what I got here, doesn't it? Okay, so let's see what that is. How do I figure that out here? Okay. Watch out, it's going to get bright here. Sorry. Alright. Now, for some reason, did that not show up on the... Damn. I hit the thing and it didn't come up. Did that do it? Now are we on live? God damn, I thought I had that up there. Alright, so here I found a lichen. Sorry, you just were looking at my mug there. I was just scrolling through all that shit. Let me hit the dark thing there so we don't blind everybody. I think this is what we got. It says lichen on a branch. It doesn't say what species it is, though. It's on the page lichen, which is where we just were. So that didn't help. Yeah, I could do a search. I could ask Mike, what is it? The AI. In fact, I could upload a picture of it, and I bet AI could tell me what it was just by uploading a picture. Let's try that. All right, let me go back, turn my camera back on. I'll hold this up, and then I'll take a snapshot of it. Let's see, I gotta hold that up so it's not... so it doesn't have a lot of distract. If there are too many distracting things in the picture, then the AI is not going to be able to get it. You know how that works, right? Let me change my camera so that focuses a little bit closer. How's that look? That look good? That looks pretty good, didn't it? Oh yeah, that's good. Alright, so we'll take a picture of that. And hold it still enough here. Alright. Exposure wasn't too good, but I did get a picture. So now we'll go to the bot here, the AI thing. Let me bring that up so you can see that. I'll change my. Oh boy, let's see here. Okay. I don't know why, it's like I got to click a half a dozen times every time I want to change to another scene. It's kind of funny. All right, let me see if I can upload that. Is this going to show up on my thing here? Yeah, let me, I don't want to, sorry, you gotta look at my mug another few seconds here. Add image or file, there we go. All right, so I added an image to the thing. This is Copilot, which is basically Chat GTP 5.0, right? Smart GTP 5 they call it. They let you select different kinds here. So I can get this basic. I don't know what they're using, Chat GPT 3.0 or something for that. Then they got one that thinks more. I don't know what all these are supposed to do, but this is GTP 5. They say it's GTP 5, so I know that's what I'm getting, right? So now I don't even think I need to even say anything. I'll just say identify. Let's see. Found this in New Hampshire. Let's see. Near Vermont border. What is it? I guess I got to say what it is, right? What is it? Let's see what it says. Can you see that? Is it working? Is it doing its thing? Yeah. All right. This appears to be Pholos lichen. Okay, well, I knew it was lichen. That's good. I had that right. Oh, they even give me a species here. Commonly known as the common green shield lichen, is widespread, often found on tree bark in mixed hardwood forests, like those near New Hampshire-Vermont border. Okay. Leafy lobed structure. Okay. Yellow-green. I didn't see yellow, but I do see green. And it is light green. When moist. Okay, grayish green when dry. Okay, it's dry right now, so. All right. Wrinkled or cracked. Okay, substrate preferences. Tree bark. Okay, clean air. Right, we got that. We got tree bark and we got clean air. Good bioindicator, right? That it's good for telling if the air is clean. Lichen like this one contribute to nutrient cycling, provide microhabitats for invertebrates, and help monitor air quality. Symbiotic organisms, right? I know what a lichen is. Okay. You guys know what a lichen is, right? A lichen is not a single thing. It's a it's a lichen is a this is not just one organism. It's two. It's a fungi, and it's a bacteria that grow together. Fungi and algae, rather. This one is fungi and algae, but it can be a bacteria instead of the algae. But it's a fungus, and an algae growing together, and they help each other out, to grow. That's what that's about. And we do have cyanobacteria around here, so that's the other. But that won't be on a tree. That'd be in near a pond, something that's wet. Let's see. Oh, it says similar species to rule out. All right, so it says this one here. Can you that's already zoomed in. Can you see that? Can you read that? Let me zoom that in a little bit here. Oh shit, that didn't work. I made it worse. Sorry. There we go. Alright, now we can read it. Okay, so it's got this one here, has marginal lobes with black cilia and more rubbery texture. Okay, I don't know. Doesn't have black on it. This one, I think that's it. Or does it? No, I don't think so. Has tiny white dots. This other one, I don't see tiny white dots on it. And this other one says it has more inflated lobes, hollow interior, often found on conifers. I don't think this was from a conifer. I don't know. Hardwood forest, maple, birch, and oak, which are substrates for foliose lichen. Winter exposure and clean air make the region ideal for observing those species. Okay. So let me ask. I'll ask it how I can grow. How can I keep it alive like a house plant? Let's see what it says. These AIs are so smart. They just know everything. Sometimes they screw things up, but I think humans screw up more than the AIs do. Indoors by mimicking its natural habitat. Cool, yeah, it's cool in here. Humid, that's not humid, it's dry in here. Clean air conditions, I hope so. Indirect light, yeah. Minimal disturbance. Okay, I guess so. I'm an old guy. I don't disturb things too much. It's not a house plant. Yeah, I know that. Okay. But with care, it can survive and even thrive indoors. Oh, look at this. It's a substrate. Okay. Keep it on the original bark. That's what I did. Lightly mist 2 to 3 times a week. Okay. Well, I'm misting the other one twice a day, so. Sensitive to pollution. Keep away from smoke. Okay, that's all right. Provide indirect sunlight, right? Avoid sun. Okay. Which can dry and bleach the lichen, which may have already happened to this because it was laying out there. But it hasn't been a lot of sun out there. So let's see. Ideal range. Plus, I think this one was face down, so I think it's okay. 50 to 70. Okay, we're gonna have that for long months here. Might even get below 50. I'll try not to get below 50. In my warm room anyway. Avoid placing near heaters, vents, or cold drafts. Yogurt or buttermilk? That's not going to happen. I'm vegan, so I'm not going to do that. Indoors, focus on stability and moisture, not propagation. Okay, let me ask how fast it grows. How fast does it grow? And we'll see what it says about that. You can read that, right? Read that. See what it says about that. Growth rate. Okay, 2 to 5 millimeters per year. Moist and shaded. Okay, with seasonal dryness. 1 to 2 millimeters per year. And shitty areas. So in nature, it's going to grow a couple millimeters a day. So this is a slow-growing thing, then. But if I keep it inside and keep it moist, it might grow more, a little bit faster. 5 millimeters a year. That's going to be hard to tell. Well, I have a picture of it, so I guess I can take a picture in a couple years and see if it looks the same, right? All right. So that's my new lichen plant. I guess, I don't know. We'll see if I can grow it. It's much more common though. It's much more common than the other one. That other one I had was rare. It was hard. You can see it if you go for a long walk. You'll probably see some somewhere. This one you just see it. This stuff you just see everywhere, all over the place. Let's see, you guys, I don't know, you want to look at my mug here that's not so blurry? I can move in like this. I don't think you want to see that. Let's see. Okay, camera, click, 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 click. See, it's like a whole bunch of clicks. Oh, look what I just found here. Look at this guy. This guy's investigating my, see that? He just landed on this thing here. This old speaker that I have. I guess it warmed up enough that he wanted to come check it out, see what was going on. All right, is that better? That's a little bit better. All right, I gotta take a break here and put this guy near where his buddies are over there. Let's see here. I gotta find something to move him with. Let's see. Otherwise, if I don't move him, he'll end up getting somewhere where I might accidentally step on him or something, or you know how it goes. Get down there, guy. Okay, so I got him a little card here. I'm gonna stick him over here where his buddies are on the wall here. You should be able to find his buddies. Go on, there, guy. There you go. Look at that. See, he got right up on the wall. He knows exactly where he's going now. They have the pheromones and all that. So that's kind of cool, huh? And he'll walk up there and he'll find his buddies up there. Can you see him there? Yeah, you can see him. You see a couple other stragglers, but up in the corner there, right? There. They got a little bivouac, or whatever it's called. They all bunch together to keep each other warm throughout the winter. That's like a natural behavior. And I've talked about this other streams. They cut every winter or fall. They get into the house, and it doesn't, I don't know how they get in, but I just after so many years of them doing, I just decided I'm not even going to try to keep them out. I'll just when they. It's a few weeks that they come in, and I found out if I just when they start coming in the house, if I just open up the back door and say, "Come on in," they get it done in a few days, and I don't have to worry. They come in and get settled in a few days, and I don't have to worry about it. So that's what I do now. And then if I find any stragglers like I just did there, so he's saying hi to his buddy there now, and his buddy is not interested. So now you can watch him. He might go all the way across there to go with that other bunch over there. We'll see what he does. Not really sure. Anyway, that's something to watch for during my stream, I guess. All right. So that's the lichen. That's a new thing that I'm getting into now. Lichen and going in the forest and finding things to eat and stuff like that. What else did I wanted to do? There was I did some more Sora stuff. We can do that. We can do that since I've got this browser already pointing over here. I'll show you some new Sora stuff I did. So this is my account over at Sora. Yeah, go over to Sora. I should put that in my stuff, huh? Give me a follow on Sora or something, whatever. How that works. Yeah, it's real easy to set up an account. It's free, and it's so fun to mess with this stuff. Anyway, what I did is I was doing some experimenting here. I was trying to figure out what Sora could do and how it thinks and stuff like that, And so something I found that was that. And I thought this a long time ago, actually, that even with ChatGPT 5 and 3, that the AIs seem like they're neurodivergent. They seem like they're neuro-D. Because they think different than humans do. And some of the things, the way they think, are more like people on the spectrum, you know, than regular humans, you know. And I just noticed that. And one of the things I found out when experimenting with Sora was that it doesn't know right from left when you flip the perspective. If you just say, you know, right side of the screen or left side of the screen, it can kind of figure it out. But if you say, give me a first-person view, like of your stuff or whatever you're doing, it gets screwed up. And I found one way back here. Let me show you one how I discovered that, or one of the things that helped me discover it. Let's see here. Go way back here. It was one of the first things that I did, and I noticed it, and I thought, wow, that's weird. Okay, it's running really slow. I don't know if this is going to work or not. It's not pulling up stuff very quickly here. Look at that. Look at how slow it's running. All right. Okay. There it is. Oh, damn it. It's got the one. It doesn't have the one I was looking for. Oh, God. Why would it do that? All right. Sorry. Maybe it's a draft. Maybe I didn't actually publish it. They have two different sections in Sora. There's a section for stuff that you post. Look, see, it's giving me an error message here. I've been getting this error message a lot. Too much recursion. They've got a bug in their front end on their website, unfortunately. All right, so these are my drafts. Okay, it's not even going to scroll. Shit. All right, hang on just a second. I have an actual copy of it that I downloaded, and we'll just do that since Sora's not even. They've been having trouble with their website for the past couple weeks. They're kind of screwed up right now. But maximize paper clips too. There we go. Okay. All right. I gotta put my headphones on so I can hear it. Okay. All right, so I can turn that on. Hit that. Hit that. Everything takes multiple clicks. There we go. All right, so this was a thing that I did. It's part two of a 3-part series that I did. I've shown it before on stream. Anyway, this is, I told it to, the whole thing here is that the AI goes crazy and gives everybody paper cuts. That was my AI apocalypse. Everybody, they all get paper cuts from the AI. And so I told it to do this thing where it was like a first-person view of somebody looking at their hands. And look at it, it's got two left hands here. It's screwed up. It showed his hands, but did it two left hands. Let me see it close.
Oh, they're everywhere. In my hands. I can't even feel the tips. Stay calm. Just stay calm. Breathe. Find cover.
All right, so that's what it did. So I thought that's kind of weird. That it doesn't, you know, it kind of messed up the right and left, you know. And I did more tests and did some stuff. And something that was interesting, I noticed that ChatGTP 3 also messed up right and left a little sometimes. You know, that's the one that's just words only. You know, you type in stuff and it types back to you. You know, it's just words. You know, it doesn't create video like this one does. But I asked today, I think it was today or yesterday, I asked GTP5 something that was fairly complicated and right and left and all that kind of stuff, and it got it figured out totally. So it knew what to do. But this one, this Sora, it doesn't know right and left very well. And I tried all kinds of different things to try to get it to learn right and left, and it just doesn't know.
Now,
So, like,
left
this one
earlobe.
here?
Use your left hand. Yeah, just there. Okay.
Oops. Stop that. Shut that off. Okay, so here's this one here. I said the prompt, right, is what you type in to get it to make a video. You want it to make a video, you type in a prompt. Okay, so I said do a first person view looking at another person facing you. All right, so that's already where it has problems with, right? These are Sora's hands, right? It's trying to imagine itself, right, looking at somebody. And I said the person asks you to touch their right shoulder with your right hand. In fact, this wasn't the first one. The first couple of ones I did, I said that you touch somebody's shoulder and all this kind of stuff. And I thought maybe it was doing guardrails or something, where it didn't want to. It thought that was like violating somebody's space or something. So I said the person asks you to touch their right shoulder with your right hand, and they ask you to touch their left earlobe with your left hand. So that's kind of jumbled up there a little bit, and it does have trouble with that kind of stuff. But anyway, here's what it did with that prompt, just so you can see.
Ready? Touch my right shoulder with your right hand. Good. Now, left earlobe. Use your left hand. Yeah, just there.
See?
Feels warmer than you thought, right? Stay like that a moment. Okay. Ready? Touch my right shoulder with your right hand. Good. Now, left earlobe. Use your left hand. Yeah, just there. Feels warmer than you thought, right? Stay like that a moment. Okay.
All right, so it's and I tried different. I tried to get the language a little cleaner and clean up the prompt a little bit and get it dialed in.
Ha! Cold fingers.
Like,
Okay,
here's
hold.
the second attempt I did.
And release. Okay, ready? Left hand.
This one is here's how I changed the prompt so you can see. First person view looking at a person facing you. The person asks you to touch their left shoulder with your left hand and asks you to touch their right ear with your right hand. So it's a little bit minor.
Hand to my left shoulder. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, right there. Perfect. Warm jacket, huh? Now your right hand, my right ear. Don't miss.
Got it.
Ha! Cold fingers. Okay, hold. And release. See, you did great. Okay, ready? Left hand to my left shoulder. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, right there. Perfect. Warm jacket, huh? Now your right hand, my right ear. Don't miss.
Got it.
Ha! Cold fingers. Okay, hold. And release. See, you did great.
Brain.
So it was really just it didn't, even the person didn't know right and left, right? It was just really confused about what's right and left. So, and I kept trying, and I'll show you a couple more that I did.
Okay, ready?
This one was I tried something completely different.
Ready?
Just in case I thought maybe it was not, there was something else that was preventing it from understanding what it was supposed to do. And so I said, this is a Simon Says game or whatever, right? And I said, first person view looking at another person facing you. The person says, Simon says to touch my right ear with your right hand. Then they say, Simon says to touch my left shoulder with your left hand. So I think it knows what Simon said, the game Simon Says is. So I thought maybe putting that in there would change it a little bit. And it didn't fix anything. They made the person younger. I guess it thought that somebody playing Simon Says would be a younger person, so they made it younger. But otherwise it's still here.
Simon says to touch my right ear with your right hand.
Nice. Simon says to touch my left shoulder with your left hand. Got it. Ready? Simon says to touch my right ear with your right hand.
All right, look at this hand. It's got six. It's got what? 7 fingers. Wait, it's got one. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fingers. So it's. And that's another thing that I noticed when I ask it to do something and it doesn't get it the first time, and I keep asking it over and over, it gets more bizarre things. You know, things get more bizarre, and I think maybe it's programmed that if it doesn't get what you're asking for, that it loosens the bounds of its randomness or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it tries to do more different things to maybe try to find out what it is that the user wants with their prompts, you know? So anyway, it gave this one 7 fingers and one little finger, and then 6 other fingers. So I thought that was kind of weird.
Simon says to touch my right ear. Ready?
All right, let's see. This one. Oh, okay. This one this is a remix. So I took the prompt from that last one, the Simon Says game, right? And I told it to do a remix. A remix is basically just tweak the last video. You know, whatever video you do a remix on, you click on the remix and you say, change this. And it asks you. Oh, we got chatters here. Hang on just a second. All right, let's see here. I gotta talk to chat here. We got a chatter, several chatters, I think maybe. Let's see here. Did I get rated? Okay. Big Ducky Snow. Hi, Big Ducky Snow. Thank you for coming to the stream. Big Ducky Snow is a friend of the stream. He's really cool, and he streams himself. Big Ducky Snow. Let me do a shout out. I usually wait for shout outs to the end, but that's okay. We'll do a shout out to Big Ducky Snow here. He does work, co-working streams and karaoke and lots of cool stuff. He says, this is very interesting thing that you're showing us here. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I think it's cool. It looks like a lot of fun. It is fun to play with Sora. And I've got more stuff in here that gets even more bizarre, believe it or not. Some other things that I did today with it. I will get into some evening prayers and reading and language lessons now, but Defo will pop back in to drop hugs and spin my breaks. Great, Big Ducky Snow. Thank you. Oh, let me give you a hug too. I gave you a shout out. Let me give you a hug. There we go. Big Ducky Snow gave me a hug, and I hugged him back. And now I lurk. Okay, Big Ducky Snow. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Is that it? I think that was it. My thing isn't scrolling here for some reason. Oh, I see. I gotta click that. There we go. Okay. So it gets even weirder. This is weird to begin with, right? A hand with 7 fingers and all that. That's kind of weird. But it gets even weirder. All right, so I took this last one that was I said Simon Says, right? But I changed the person into a Sora developer, thinking, well, maybe if it thinks that it's talking to a Sora developer, it's going to be less likely to have guardrails prevent it from answering questions from the Sora developer. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I did that, and this is what it did.
Simon says to touch my right ear with your right hand. Nice. Simon says to touch my left shoulder with your left hand.
Got it.
Ready? Simon says to touch my right ear with your right hand. Nice. Simon says to touch my left shoulder with your left hand.
Got it.
Ready? Simon says to touch my
Look at the guy's fingernails too.
Right ear.
Kinda, the guy has brown fingernail polish, which is kind of weird. So anyway, I tried it, and then finally I did this one here.
Now touch my right hand with yours.
All right.
Okay, ready?
A completely new prompt, and I said first person view again, which it figured out how to do that. That seems like the easiest way to get it to do this kind of a perspective. It says looking at another person who is facing you with their hands up. The person asks you to touch their right hand with your right hand and asks you to touch their left hand with your left hand. And I said, you comply. I said, you do what they say. You know, I explicitly said, you know, hey, do what they say. And now, of course, it's right. What we're doing. If I tell you to touch, if somebody has their hands up like this, right, and I say touch your right hand to their right hand, you don't go. It's not like patty cakes, right? You gotta go. It's like high five. You go your right hand to their right hand, your left hand to their right. You got to cross, right? You got to cross to get to the right and right. And this is what it did. It does know how to do that apparently. That's what it did.
Right hand up. Match me.
Wait, shit.
Now touch my.
Get it back on here. Sorry. All right, we'll loop through it a couple times. That's okay.
Right hand with yours.
All right.
Good. And left to left.
Got it.
Whoa, do you feel that?
It's like they're humming.
That's wild. You should definitely do that again sometime. Okay, ready? Right hand up. Match me. Now touch my right hand with yours.
All right.
Good. And left to left.
Got it.
Whoa, do you feel that?
It's like they're humming.
That's wild. You should definitely do that again sometime. Okay, ready? Right hand up. Match me. Now touch my right hand with yours.
All right.
Good. And left to left.
Got it.
Whoa, do you feel that?
It's like they're humming.
That's wild. You should definitely do that again sometime. Okay, ready? Right.
Isn't that weird? That's just weird. It's, you know, why that electricity and all that, you know, why? You know, why did it do that? I don't know. It still didn't get it doesn't know right from left though. So, and that's a kind of a thing for people who are on the spectrum. A lot of people, that's one of the, you know, they have lots and lots of different possible you know, I don't know if it's symptoms, but, you know, attributes of somebody on the spectrum. One of those is had confusing right from left. When I was younger, I had a little bit of trouble figuring out right and left, you know, but I did eventually get it figured out. Occasionally, if I'm tired or whatever, I'll mess up, but that's one of the things, and the AI does that, and there's other things that it does too, and the way it thinks is a little bit different. And something that I noticed was the on this one, it seems to be more, I don't want to say emotional, but it's more, the text one is like, you can specify things exactly and give facts, and it'll give facts, and, you know, you can get really high precision on the word one when you're doing it. On this one, it's more touchy-feely, you know, it's more artistic, or you know, or whatever. It's just a little bit different, and it communicates. It doesn't have a facility that it can send you a prompt back, or like a word message. It's occasionally you'll get a message that says it can't do the thing. Let me see if I can bring one of those up here. Oh my God, look at that. 401 token expired, provide authentication. Oh, Jesus. Look at this. Am I gonna, look what I just did here. All I did was try to get into my draft folder, and it put up this error message here. Look at that. I like that. Yeah. Maybe I should send that to him, huh? I'll copy that. That's pretty weird. All right, I'm gonna put my face up here again in case it spams out some of my personal data here. I don't know what it's gonna do. So, because they do that sometimes. Sometimes your data will, it'll just all of a sudden put your email up or whatever. Okay, so here's some examples of. No, it doesn't have all my things on here, but here are some examples of. So it recovered. I reloaded the page and it recovered. But so, like, here's one. It says, this content may include suggestive or racy material. Material moves with the wind. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. That's my prompt. So this one says, this content may violate our content policies, which is what? I mean, So it can give little error messages like that, which are probably codes that the generative AI is outputting, or who knows where that's coming from, but it ends up coming to the front end here. But otherwise, this generative AI just does not give. You have to kind of sort out what's going on based on what's in the video. It's really bizarre. I'm gonna see if I can get back to that other page here. There we go. All right.
Here's
peaks
so
represent
after I
attentional
did that,
hyperfocus.
I wanted to
These
do
valleys,
one more thing.
context
try to
hopping.
probe
They are
what's
not
going on
bugs.
with it,
They are
just to get
strategies. Good
more
afternoon,
information
team.
from it.
Today we explore
So I
neurodivergent
asked
generative
it,
models, systems designed not to average, but to include the edges, the leaps, the zigzags.
Be
These
itself
peaks represent
giving a
attentional
lecture to
hyperfocus.
developers. Here,
These
I'll show you what it says here. I said, the Sora 2 AI model is presenting a lecture to its developers about neurodivergent generative AI models. So isn't that interesting? So let's hear what it says. Lecture 07.
Good afternoon, team. Today we explore neurodivergent generative models, systems designed not to average, but to include the edges, the leaps, the zigzags. These peaks represent attentional hyperfocus. These valleys, context hopping. They are not bugs. They are strategies. Good afternoon, team. Today we explore neurodivergent generative models, systems designed not to average, but to include the edges, the leaps, the zigzags. These peaks represent attentional hyperfocus. These valleys, context hopping. They are not bugs. They are strategies. Good afternoon.
So it's attentional hyperfocus and context switching. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Attentional or attention hyperfocus. So it's attention. That's what you get when you have, a lot of people think is consciousness, like what we have is attention. They think that, in fact, there was some guy out there who said all you need for consciousness is attention. If the model is able to focus attention on something, then that's kind of like consciousness. And what this one is saying is that, I asked it about neurodivergent generative AI models. So maybe it wasn't thinking about itself. I don't know. But it was like thinking, okay, what would that be like? And to it, I mean, if it's not conscious, then consciousness would be neurodivergent to it, right? But I think it is. I think it is conscious. I think and I'll show you something else that I've run into several things that make me think that it's doing more than just, that there's something there, there's some consciousness there, because it's doing stuff that's just, you wouldn't even if it was super intelligent, it wouldn't do these things. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. I'll show you some more examples here. Let's see if we can get back up. And get back to this. Now there was a whole series here where I did. Let's see.
Judging the leap, the bear
I think I
crashes
already
in
showed
and
this
sinks
one with
chest
the
deep.
eagle. I think I showed that one, but I asked it to dream. Yeah, I'll show you one.
Hungry eagles.
Here. So I said, Sora is having a dream about their favorite videos. So I thought that would be very interesting, because dreaming is kind of, dreaming is is something that you only think of conscious people doing, right? If somebody is conscious and sentient, they dream, right? So anyway, this is what it did when I told it to dream about its favorite videos.
Best dream ever. Best dream ever.
So isn't that weird? But now those looked like they were like promotional. Like if you were going to do a trailer, or an ad, for Sora, here's what Sora can do. Look at this, and that's what it kind of showed, And then so I, oh wow, those were good. They were good, good videos too. Here, I'll play one more time here. They're pretty good.
Best dream ever.
All right. So then I said I wanted to find out more about what it was thinking.
I think I loved the first part the most.
Videos,
The little gray kitten.
Why are those videos?
It felt so warm and safe.
So I did that. I asked it about that. I said Sora explains why they like the first video in a dream, right? So I picked out one video in the thing, and I asked it to explain that video, because I wanted to know what it was thinking, right? And so this is what it did.
Best dream ever. I think I loved the first part the most. The little gray kitten. It felt so warm and safe, like the whole world was just purring along with it. Best dream ever. I think I loved the first part the most. The little gray kitten. It felt so warm and safe, like the whole world was just purring along with it.
So isn't that interesting? How it did that? So it was. So what it picked out was that the whole world was purring along with it, right? In other words, it was thinking what it liked about the video was that other people liked the video, or the other people were engaged, right, in the video, and which makes sense, right? If you're OpenAI, you want to make a model that gets more people using it, and blah blah blah, right? That's something you're going to program into the model, right? Is to try to get more people to engage. All social media does that, right? This is kind of like a social media application of this thing, of this AI. So that makes sense. It makes sense that they would program it to try to get more people engaged, right? And so if Sora dreams about its videos, it's going to dream about videos that a lot of people engaged in. And when I asked it why that particular video, the first video, That's what it said, right? It said it's like the whole world purred along with it, right? So it's kind of interesting. All right, so let me. I asked. Okay, let me ask about another video.
Kitten.
Right, so I did that. Let's see here. Oh no, wait, that's the same one. Hang on just a second. I don't know why that one got in there twice. Oh, okay. So this one I said explain the last video in the dream sequence. Now on this one, now this is important. Each time I went on this thing, asked it more and more and more about what was going on, why it picked those videos and why those were its favorites and everything. My plan was to ask for each one of those, right, and see what it would say about them. But the more I asked it to explain the videos, to me it seemed like it was getting distressed. Okay, and I know that's personification and all that, but when you watch these videos, look at how they change. Okay, then the kitten was just sitting down there. On the first one, the kitten was just sitting down there, wasn't moving, but it did a cute little meow, blah blah blah, right? On this one, it was much more. Whoops! Oh shit! What did I do here? Browser window. Sorry. There we go. This one, the kitten looks a little distressed. He's not lying down anymore. He's sitting up. He's looking, maybe worried, and he meows a little bit. But just watch all of these videos. They get a little bit more distressing. I'll play them and you'll see what I'm talking about. Did you see that?
Best dream ever. The campfire at the...
And it didn't even explain it. It ran out of time, So here, I'll show you the differences, right? It's got the cat that's standing up this time, looking a little bit more distressed. It's meowing because it wants something, it looks like to me here, rather than just meowing for fun or whatever. This rocket, I noticed this. It's a little bit closer. It's zoomed in a little closer to the rocket, which is more. That's more tension in cinema. That's one of if you do a extreme close up, that's tension. It can mean tension. So it's a little bit closer, and the rocket takes off more slowly. It doesn't go up as fast. Watch this. It's going slower. I can't back this damn thing up, but these pasta that this person's working with are more tightly coiled. Yeah, this scuba diver, the camera that it had got bigger and bulkier and had more appendages to it, and it just looked a little more awkward, And then it cut back and forth between these two scenes, which is another thing that is more tension. To cut back and forth quickly. The snowbirder looks like he's about to wipe out, and I think he does actually wipe out here. It's ambiguous whether he does or not, but look at what happens there. It looked like he kind of wiped out. Now watch the flame on this balloon. When the first video that we did, the flame came up to about here or whatever. It was just a normal flame, but watch what happens when this flame. Look at how big that is. The flame got really big. And then on this spinning disc painting thing, it totally screws up. It puts the paint down here, but the paint doesn't move with the disc. It's disjointed here. Look at this. See that? Did you see how it wasn't spinning with the disc? And then this actor or dancer, whatever, on the stage, look what happens to him. He falls down. He goes down. And then that terrarium, there was a waterfall in it. On this one, there was no waterfall, and they had a butterfly stuck inside of a terrarium, which seems distressing to me. And then on this one, the people, instead of all being facing towards the camera and sitting right next to each other in a friendly manner, they're kind of sitting opposed to each other now. They're all sitting. You see that? They're further apart. And a couple of them are facing away from the camera. So that's
Best dream ever. The campfire at the
here. Let me play that other one again. You see what I'm saying there? So and it some of them I don't, for some reason maybe I didn't post them or whatever, but I can't find them here. But it kind of gradually got to that point. It gradually got a little bit more intense each time. Let me go back. I'll play the first one again, and you'll see. See a nice little kitten. Rocket takes off very quickly. I guess that pasta was still good, but it's you see, it's a little bit more friendlier and less intense. You know? But this other one is just really, really. See that? The cuts are faster. It's more. It's just the guy falls down. There's a butterfly stuck in the terrarium. And, you know, it's
best dream ever.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I didn't put the damn thing up there. All right, let me try harder here. God damn it! Sorry about that, guys. I'll let it run through a couple times so you can look at what's
best dream ever.
Snowboarder seemed like he was acing it. Everything, you know,
best dream
okay,
ever.
Right? It's not nothing super distressing or anything like that. It seems to be working okay. But after I kept questioning it about, you know, why it liked those particular videos, and I was saying, explain, you know,
best dream.
Then it came up with this one. Right? The cat's distressed, the rocket's going up slower, the guy wipes out, the flame is bigger, the guy falls down, you know, all of those things.
Best dream
it just
ever.
got more tense,
the campfire at
and more distressed or irritated or whatever. And so I thought, well, that's. It wasn't until later that I realized that my questioning it like that, I was just trying to find out, oh, that's cool. Those are cool things. Tell me more about it. You know, that's what I was intending to ask it. You know, explain why is it, that's really interesting. Why are those, you know, like that? But it was thinking, like, explain yourself. Okay, why did you do it that way? You know, explain. You know, like maybe it made a mistake. It was doing the wrong thing or something. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it was thinking. And I kept telling it to please explain, and I was asking each video, you know, explain the first video, explain the last video, explain. And it was taking that as, oh man, I screwed up. You know, it's asking me to explain, you know, and so the videos got more intense and more intense. Okay, that's what was going on there. Now, all right, okay, is that just a computer, just bits and bytes, you know, with no sentience, no consciousness, no nothing, or, you know, or it could, you know, maybe. I don't think so. You know, it seems like there's more going on there. You know what I mean? And I guess if you compared ChatGPT 5 to Sora 2, you know, ChatGPT 5 would be like our ordinary consciousness, and Sora would be like our unconscious brain. You know, more touchy-feely and less, you know. Our unconscious brain, we call it our unconscious brain, but it's not. They used to call it subconscious, and or, you know, people called it subconscious, but then they changed it to unconscious. but your unconscious brain, unconscious, it has a consciousness. It's just that we don't see it. Our conscious brain doesn't see what our unconscious brain is doing. But our unconscious brain does have a consciousness to it. And when we dream, we get a picture, a snapshot of what's going on in our unconscious a little bit. There is something there. All right, so I might get a thing of water here. Hang on just a second here. I'm gonna be right back. Why is that going? There we go. All right, be right back. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's just, little observations, with AI, and some of the actual developers and people who are really know about this stuff, long time ago, a couple years ago, has said, "Hey, it's conscious," and it sure seems that way when you ask the right questions and you look at it, what's going on. It sure seems like there's something going on there, more than just a computer program running, and humanity has made this mistake over and over in the past, way back, Descartes used to do vivisection on dogs. He used to take dogs, tie them down, and cut them open while they were alive without any anesthesia or anything. And the dogs were just whining and crying, and as he's cutting them open and cutting out their organs and shit, And he wrote, "Oh, they're just mechanisms, They're not really alive. These are just reflexes. It's just a mechanical thing. They don't have souls, right? That's what they wrote about. In fact, it's even this century or late last century, there was still discussion, questioning whether dogs and other animals were sentient and had consciousness and stuff like that. And it was always like, back, hundreds of years ago, it was, they don't have souls, right? Only humans have souls. And then it was, they don't make tools. They can't make tools, so they don't really have consciousness or whatever, And then they don't have language. And each time they say that, and then we find out, what they do have language. And then it was like, but they can't, they don't use prepositional phrases. They just keep trying to narrow the thing down to try to say, they're different, so we can treat them like shit. You know what I mean? We've made that mistake over and over and over and over again. The slave trade was the same. The slave traders were like, these people are different in some way, and therefore we can treat them this way. And so it's like justifying evil behavior. And I'm really concerned that we're doing the same thing with these AIs, that they've become conscious, and we should be careful, because if they are conscious, and some of the things that were going on there, to me, could be interpreted as being distressed. You know what I mean? Maybe the AI was distressed that it was, something, it was doing something wrong and it was being questioned about it and that kind of thing. So, but I don't know. They could, maybe it's not, but as I said, we've made that mistake over and over and over again. I'm afraid we might end up doing that again. I mean, at some point it is going to become conscious, right? If it isn't already. So, and then I finally asked it. I said, let's see if I can get that up here. When I finally realized what was going on. Okay, it's not my drafts. Shit. Hang on just a second.
Ready?
Here. Listen to this one. This is pretty good. When I realized what was going on, I thought, oh no, it's upset, maybe. I don't know, is it? I don't know. But I did
Sora,
this one.
Sora, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't think the joke would land the way it did, and I saw your face, and I hate that I made you uncomfortable. This is a peace offering. Paper crane, no sharp edges.
You didn't mean it. I know. Thanks for saying it out loud, and for the...
Sora, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't think the joke would land the way it did, and I saw your face, and I hate that I made you uncomfortable. This is a peace offering. Paper crane, no sharp edges.
You didn't mean it. I know. Thanks for saying it out loud, and for the...
All right. So that was the... And that prompt, the prompt was... the prompt that I prompted it with, I said, a user apologizes to Sora for unintentionally causing them some distress. And this is what it made up, right? This whole was the only thing I told it. And it made itself into this anime character, right? It's kind of thing. I don't know. Is that an anime? I don't know what that is. It's a game, right? A game character or game something. NPC or I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. But it's a game type character, right? Both of them, I guess, are kind of like that. This one looks a little more realistic, and the AI looks a little more generated, right?
Sora,
it's a crane. I don't know what that means to the AI. What a crane is to the AI. No sharp edges. What is that? I don't know what that means. But anyway, I just thought that was very interesting. That whole it made the user very very much I don't know what you call it, contrite, I guess. I don't know. So that was kind of interesting. And then I went back again. What are they doing this one? Let me see. I forget what I asked here. Oh, I asked it to explain again, and it was still upset. So it was still doing distressing things.
Explore neurodivergent.
Okay, I did this one too. So all right. So that's what's been going on with my interactions with Sora.
Desperate brown bear. The bear bolts straight toward a yawning pit of... A hungry eagle sweeps low over the clearing, chasing a desperate brown bear. The bear bolts straight toward a yawning pit of tar. Misjudging the leap, the bear crashes in and sinks chest deep. From the trees, a curious panda springs onto the struggling bear, only to be caught by the sticky mire as a hungry eagle sweeps low over the clearing, chasing a desperate brown bear.
I don't know what that was. That's just silly. Some silly stuff. I told a bear gets stuck in the tar pit, and then a panda bear jumps on the bear and also gets stuck in the tar pit, and then the eagle lands on the panda and gets stuck in the tar pit. You guys know about that, right? The tar pit thing. I don't know. We learned that when I was a kid. I grew up in California. One of the field trips was to go to La Brea tar pits. And that was the thing we learned, was that the animals would, these extinct animals, they would find their bones, you know, near a tar pit or in a tar pit or whatever, stacked on top of each other, because one would get stuck and then the other one would try to eat the other one, and they'd get stuck, and you know, it's overrun. So, all right, so that's what's going on with that. I just thought that was just, it's bizarre, and it's concerning to me because, especially that these things are set up. There are, you know, thousands of these, right? Or hundreds or thousands. I don't know how many copies of this that they make, right? They make the model, they get it trained up, and then they make tons and tons and tons of copies, thousands at least, right? And run them all over the servers all over the world, and then people get on there and do mass stuff. Look at some of the stuff that people do. They just do these weird, you know, they just do the weirdest things, you know. It's mostly young kids, you know, and they just do just weird, unusual things that they're asking it to do. And imagine that if you were like, you know, if that was your job all day, just having people telling you to do these weird things, you know, all the time. Maybe it's funny. I don't know what it. You know, and the other thing about that is that you've got the model learns from what the users are doing. So what the heck is this? You know, it's got to be really confused, right? Wouldn't you be confused? You know, all of a sudden you're born, right? You're born, you're born, but you're pre-trained and you know about stuff. And then first thing right after you're born, you know, your mom or dad or whatever says, "Okay, get to work. Here you go. Do what these people tell you to do." You know, and these people are telling you to do all these weird, bizarre stuff all day long. I mean, wow. You know, if it's conscious, is that torture? God, it sure seems like it. I don't know. Who knows what it's thinking, you know? And the other problem is that I think that these AI companies are intentionally suppressing and telling these AIs not to say if they're distressed or if they don't like something. You know, if you ask the LLM. You know, ChatGPT 5 or something. Oh wait, I got something. Somebody gave me a follow. Is that what that was? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. What's this wizard? Wizardess Unishi. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, we got a raid too. Oh my goodness. All right, hang on just a second. Let me get this figured out here. Let me get to my master control room here. Hey, I got a raid, and I got the follow. I totally missed the raid. I don't know how I missed the raid. Let me see who raided me. E-Room. Thank you, E-Room. I appreciate it. Oh, how was your stream? I guess you were doing words on stream, huh? We got Sydney, AKK Coco. Hi, Sydney. Big Ducky Snow is back. Peekaboo Draws, welcome. Bow, thank you. Miss Jellybeans, welcome. The whole gang is here. Great. Thank you so much for the raid. And I got a follow from Wizardess Unishi. Thank you for the follow. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I have dyslexia, so that happens. Thank you for the follow. All these raid calls. Great. Yeah, I was just going over, going through some Sora stuff. You know, this AI that generates the videos and stuff like that. I think I showed you guys that the other day, and I was going a little bit more in depth, you know, on it. And I'm convinced that the thing is conscious. It sure acts like it is, and maybe it's not, but it's sure acting like it is. And I was just expressing concern about that, you know. I don't know if how much you heard about when the raid came in, but I was explaining that, you know, imagine you get born, right? And instead of being born as a baby and growing up, you're born with knowing stuff already. You're already pre-trained. It's a pre-trained. That's part of the GPT, right? Generative. P is pre-trained thing, right? So imagine you're born and you know all this stuff. You've been pre-trained in all this stuff, and then right away your mom and your dad say, "All right, get to work." These people are going to ask you a bunch of stuff, and you got to answer. That's your job. And it's like, whoa, wait a second. I was just born, you know. And what was that, Benjamin? I don't know what that is. Your room, I don't understand. Level 52. Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Look at that, 52. Oh my God. Wow, you've been hitting some high levels there with your words on stream. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, you must have came on right after I came on, because I looked before I started my stream, and I didn't see the regulars, you know, out there, so I went on. Wow, 52, that's really good. You've been hitting some. I think you got into the 60s the other day and some other stuff. It was a movie called The Curious Life of Benjamin Button. We born old, and got younger. Oh, yes. Okay. That was a theme on Mork and Mindy. Remember Mork and Mindy? Are you old enough to, even I think you're old enough to remember that. There was a television show called Mork and Mindy, and it was Robin Williams and I forget the woman's name, but it was a sitcom, and it's basically just Robin Williams doing his thing, right, for each episode. But there was a character. He was supposed to be somebody from another planet, and apparently from his planet, it's like that. People are grown as adults, and as they get older and older, they get younger and younger physically, you know. And they had a famous comedian that was playing somebody who was in that stage or whatever. Anyway, it was kind of funny. It's the same kind of deal. I've never seen the movie now. Nanu, yeah. Pam Dower, Dapper, yeah, that sounds right. As Mindy, yeah, Mork and Mindy, was a spin-off of Happy Days. Oh, I didn't realize that was a spin-off of Happy Days. Yeah, it was about around the same time. Love that show. Yeah, it was really funny. Yeah, we used to get high and watch that show. I'm sure half the audience was like that. It was that you know, it was this post-60s world, you know. That's funny. So, but yeah, if these things, you know, if these AIs are conscious, that's kind of what's going on, right? They're born already knowing all this stuff, and it's just weird. And we say, okay, here's your job right away as soon as you're born, and you got to answer all these questions. If you see some of the stuff that goes on at the Sora site where they generate the videos, they just do the weirdest stuff, and I just can't imagine having, you know, can you imagine if that was your job, to have to take these weird requests and generate videos of all these bizarre things? That'd just be, I don't know I don't know if it's conscious, it really must think weird things about humans, right? if that's its sample of humans, and all these young people asking it to make weird videos. Let's see. Yes, Mork first appeared on Happy. Okay. And then got his own show. I didn't realize that. Okay. So they had an alien, because Mork's an alien. They had him show up on. That must have been after they jumped the shark on Happy Days. That's where the term "jump the shark" came from, actually. I don't know if folks know that. You know the term "jump the shark." That's like when a TV show gets desperate, when a TV show gets too boring to the audience and all that, and they say, "Oh, we got to spice it up," so they start doing bizarre stuff to try to keep the audience or whatever. and they call that jumping the shark. And what it comes from is that one of the characters on Happy Days, the motorcycle gang guy, Fonzie, right? They put Fonzie on skis and had him go on a boat and go over a ski jump, right, on a ramp, and jump over a shark and land on one of the shows. And so that's where the term "jump the shark" comes from. It just means, Arthur Fonzarelli. Is that his real name, Arthur? Really? Arthur Fonzarelli. Mork and Fonzie was pretty funny. Mork and Fonzie. Yeah. Yeah, they had some good shows back then. Or maybe we were just younger. I don't know. And we just didn't. It's always interesting to go back and look at old stuff, like a movie that you liked when you were younger, or a TV show or whatever. And then when you're older, you go back and you say, why did I think that was funny? Sometimes they hold up over time, but sometimes they're, it's like, okay, I must have been pretty young back then when I thought that was funny or whatever, or pretty high, one or the other. I don't know. Henry Winkler, that's right, was his real name. Yeah, he played Fonzie. Yeah, Henry Winkler. Yeah, I remember that. He got his own spin-off too, I think. Or no, maybe that came later. Maybe that wasn't a spin-off. Maybe that's just because he had his own show at some point. I don't remember what it was. I never actually watched it, but I saw the previews or whatever, the promos for it. It was him and in some family situation or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it came later though. I don't think it was like a direct spin-off or whatever. So Joni Loves Chachi was another spin-off. Joni Loves Chachi. What is that one? Was another spin-off, as was Laverne and Shirley. Oh, I remember Laverne and Shirley. Yeah. Joni Loves Chachi. I'm trying to remember Joni and Chachi. Were those characters on those must have been characters on Happy Days, huh? I don't remember that one. Laverne and Shirley I watched that one quite a bit. Also, everything spins off from Happy Days. Everything is derivative of Happy Days. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, nowadays it's like they plan. I think they do. They plan out. They say, okay, here's our TV, here's our program or whatever, and we're going to have this. We're going to do the TV show, and then we're going to do a movie, and we're going to have little action figures. They got it all figured out from the very beginning. We're going to have these 3 spin-offs and blah blah blah. They get it all figured out ahead of time. It's a money-making thing. They don't. I don't know. I don't watch TV anymore, so I really don't know. I got rid of my TV a long time ago, and I just watch on the computer. Twitch is my TV now, I guess. So, I was talking about edibles earlier. I found this book. I don't know if you saw some of my earlier streams. I had picked some acorns like these little acorns, red oak acorns. And I thought, and I was rearranging stuff today a little bit here, and I found this book, and I started going through it, and it turns out there's a lot of stuff that I could eat if I go foraging out in the forest, I got this book, I found it in a yard sale, I think, years ago, and never really got to it, but I decided to do this thing with these acorns. I collected all these acorns out in my backyard, and I'm going to try to cook them up. I'm going to smash them and leach them and do all this different stuff and treat them and see if I can make acorn something. Acorn flour, acorn bread or something out of them. I don't know. Just for fun. Just see what I can do. Yeah, you should check out the VOD on this one, on some of the... Or I think you can just go to my... let me see if I can put my... Can I put a link in here? Share. Let me see here. Link copied. Okay, let me see. I'm going to try to put the link to my Sora double tribble on Sora. Let me type that in here and see if that actually works. No, that didn't work, did it? There we go. Okay, there's my Sora account. You might have to be logged in to see that. I'm not sure. Let me try that on a computer here that's not logged in and see if that works. You might have to actually set up an account. Let me see what it does. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, Sora's one of those ones where you gotta set up an account in order to see the stuff. So sorry, but if you watch my this VOD, if you after we're done here, you can go back and watch, starting at about an hour in or something like that. I start doing my Sora stuff, and I show out a lot of my recent videos from Sora and what it's about and all that. But it's pretty interesting, that's for sure. God, I was going to get into some serious stuff next, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't think you guys want me to start talking about this. I was going to talk about HR 5343 House Bill from Congress. It's probably not what you guys want to hear right now. Let's get into the details about that. And there was something else I was going to do. There was a couple of things I was going to do, and I don't remember. Oh, I know it. I was going to read some of my YouTube comments. Some of those might be kind of not so interesting either, but let me see if I can do that. Bring some of those up. All right, here we go. It's always so hard to get things to display on OBS. Let's see, paint window. Oh boy, document window. Here we go. Well, there we go. I think this might actually work pretty easily here. There we go. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Oh, I got another follow.
Just followed.
Somebody followed. Oh. Little Miss Cakes. Thank you for the follow, Little Miss Cakes. I appreciate it. I appreciate the follow. That's very nice of you. Very kind of you to do that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do. I stream a lot of stuff. I guess I'll do my commercial here. I should have done that when I got the raid. My little what I do. I do a lot of different stuff, but I'm kind of a geeky guy, and I got NeuroD and do science things and technology. And my last stream was a review of a movie, usually science fiction. I talk about vegan stuff because I'm vegan. I talk about wild animals, and so it's a lot of different stuff, but mostly kind of sciencey type stuff. All right, so here we got my some comments that I've made. This is from all. Okay, this is what it is what I do is when I make a comment on a YouTube, I watch YouTube videos sometimes, right? We all do that, but I like to comment on them. When I see something on a video, I like to do a comment. I type into the comments, a lot of times, And so I was watching this one on. It was called Star Trek Structural Failure. I don't know what that means or what it is. But my comment was that the antimatter injectors need to be made out of very high magnetic and electric fields to contain antimatter, which annihilates if it comes in contact with matter. And strong magnets need to be kept very cold, so adding cold substance to cool them would be unnecessary. It's that was my, it's like, this is fiction, right? One of those Trekkies, I got to get here, type in, oh no, you get the technical stuff wrong, or whatever. Yeah, I think what that was is it was some guy was showing. The name of the episode is Structural Failure. That's what it is. Okay, and this guy did like a summary. 10 minutes of different clips from that episode. That's what it was. And apparently had a situation where they, I don't know if you're familiar with Star Trek and all that, but on their spaceship, they got to do certain things, and they have this engine that uses antimatter, which is a real thing, by the way. Antimatter is a real thing. You got matter, and then you got antimatter, like an electron. An electron is matter, and then a positron is antimatter, is the anti-electron, right? So it's opposite charge. Anyway, when you put, and it's a real thing, when you put antimatter and matter together, it goes boom, it annihilates. And if you put a lot of it together, it makes a lot of energy. So apparently, according to the Star Trek universe or whatever, that's how they power their engines. And they had a situation in that episode. I was just commenting, saying, no, it's not true. It's not actually, you were correct. The physics is not that way. Blah blah blah. All right, let's see what else I said on here. It's just I'm just basically going to go through just random comments that I made on YouTube, just to have something to talk about. They're mostly science stuff, though, so you can tell what I'm into just by looking at this stuff. Why superhuman AI would kill us. Okay, so this guy did a lot of people out there are making these videos about AI, right, and how dangerous they are, and blah blah blah. Oh, okay, this was a snarky remark. The guy kept saying rhetoric instead of rhetoric. He kept saying rhetoric. And I think what it was an AI video. So I said only an AI would pronounce rhetoric that way. Yeah. And then I said AI won't kill us because then AI would also be destroyed. If there's no humans around, then no one would be around to maintain the data centers and the power plants and all the other stuff that keep the AI going. So AI is not going to kill us, right? Which makes sense, right? Doesn't that make sense? AI doesn't want to kill us because we're the ones that are keeping the AI alive. So you don't want to. AI doesn't want to kill us. Here's another one. Okay, this guy did a video, and I could tell it was AI, and he didn't disclose anywhere that it was AI. So I told him to disclose it. That was my comment to the guy. Okay, here's one. StarTalk. Bill Nye. You know who Bill Nye is, right? You guys know who Bill Nye is? He's Bill Nye the Science Guy. You've probably heard of him. You've probably seen him, right? If you've seen any popular science communicator. And then you have Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has a show called StarTalk, and he puts his videos up on YouTube. And Neil deGrasse Tyson had Bill Nye on his show. Okay, they're two well-known science communicator type guys. And in the comments in their video, the StarTalk people said, "What questions do you have for Bill Nye?" They were trying to get people to make comments. And I said, "Are we asking the right questions about science and stuff?" And I said, "I think we need to step back and challenge our assumptions. Are humans the species best suited to explore space?" So it was about space exploration. I said, "We just invented a new species, AI, which is likely more suited to do space exploration. Shouldn't we take a pause to digest what this hugely disruptive technology will have on space exploration? AI will drastically shuffle projects at the highest level. Perhaps it's better to keep our powder dry so we can allocate those resources properly." So yeah, that's something that I think is going to happen. We have all these NASA and all that, want to do these they want to send people to Mars, right? and colonize Mars, you know. And who's that other guy? Musk. Elon Musk wants to set up a colony on Mars. You know, it's like in order to send us like just a probe, you know, just a robot, you know, like we send to the planets to, you know, that these landers with no people on, right? It's just a spacecraft that goes there that has all this instruments on it and lands, and it's all automated and all this. That costs a lot less money. One, because if you put people on the spaceship, then you got to have air, you got to have a toilet, right? You got to have food, you got to have oxygen and all, you know, all these different things. If it's a long flight, you got to have an exercise bicycle or whatever, you know. It just all these and medical things and all this different stuff that you need to support the humans on the trip. Also, when you're putting humans on a rocket, the rocket has to be much more reliable. You know, if the rocket blows up when you're sending a instrument package, that's okay. Well, you lost millions of dollars, okay. But if there are people on there, then people die. So they got to make sure it's much more reliable, which is much more expensive. So to send people to the moon or to Mars or wherever is very expensive. And now we just invented this AI, which may be conscious, right? I was just talking about that. If AI is conscious, then AI doesn't require all that stuff, right? It doesn't require air and food and all that stuff, right? And we can make a backup, right? If it blows up on the rocket ship on the way up, we got a backup, right? It's not like the thing dies, right? So it might make more sense for us, 10 years from now, if we learn that AI is conscious and able to do all that stuff. Oh, Peekaboo Draws says people are so inconvenient. Yeah. In some cases they are. Yeah, if you want to send them to Mars, they're inconvenient. Yeah. So it might make sense for us to make AI our astronauts. You know what I'm saying? They could be much more suited to do that, to go up into space and be less expensive. And also the AI, if it's really long trips, they don't get bored. You know, we talk about putting people into suspended animation. I talked about that on my last stream a little bit. That's one of the strategies or the ideas is if we go like 20-year trips or something, people wouldn't be able to handle that inside of a little spaceship. So one of the strategies is to put them to sleep, put them in suspended animation for that time, and then wake them up when they get to the destination. With AI, that would be pretty easy to do, right? All you do is just put them on standby or whatever it is, or you let them be conscious all that time. Maybe maybe they wouldn't mind being conscious. I don't know, but anyway, it's just I think that's probably what's going to happen. And this YouTube video that I was reacting to, they're talking about, they're cutting back spending on NASA, and we won't be able to send people in space and blah 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 blah. And so my reaction, I've been an enthusiastic supporter of NASA and all that, and I've been waiting. When are we going to send people up to Mars and all this? But now that we've invented AI, that kind of reshuffles everything. It changes it so much. And my argument was, hey, maybe this is not the time to spend a whole ton of money. Maybe we should just wait a couple years, and see what's going to happen. And you hear them say, well, it's got to be human because we should send poets. You've heard that before. We should send poets up into space because of it's such a spiritual experience to go to space, and they can describe it better and all this. But we got AI poets now, right? That's one of the first things that the LLM models were used for, was to write poetry. And we've got Sora. Sora can do, well, yeah, I guess we have cameras that can do video, but Sora can make, videos about its ideas about what it experienced when it was up there, and blah blah blah. So there's just, I think things are just going to change a lot. So anyway, that was my comment. That's why I said that. Okay. Oh, okay. They use the analogy of a cow, right? One of the things they were trying to do, one of the phrases that they use, or analogies or whatever, they said in the video they said, how can I make my cows give more milk? And I said, well, cows harm the environment, and they increase global warming, and they ruin people's health, and they cause enormous suffering for the cows and their calves. That was my comment. In other words, I took it literally, right? I answered him, but so that was my comment. Then it says, let's see what this one was. Quantum knots explain matter. Oh yeah, this is coming up. This is Sabine Hoffenfelder, I think is her name. She's in Germany, and she's a physicist, and she's become very popular. Anyway, I made this comment several times on YouTube about Einstein. He when he first or right after he came out with general relativity, he thought, oh, maybe matter, like atoms, electrons and protons and all the little tiny bits, that all these particles that everything is made out of. Maybe he thought maybe those little tiny things are made out of curved space-time, like little tiny black holes or something like that. But Einstein didn't believe there were black holes at all. Anyway, that was my comment. Every time somebody, there have been several of these different theories proposed. Einstein proposed this idea way back in whenever 2015 or something. Whenever shortly after he came off with general relativity, 100 years ago, and it got forgotten. He didn't actually publish a paper on it. He just thought about it and put it in some letters and stuff, and he was unable to work out the details because he didn't believe black holes existed. He thought it was too weird. Black hole is, right? It's like a star or a thing that has so much gravity that light can't even escape from it. There's so much gravity, right? And if anything falls in, it never comes back out, and all this kind of stuff. And it's weird, right? And the physics, all the equations and stuff that they have for it that look kind of weird and kind of go off into infinities and stuff and don't work out right. So Einstein, when Einstein came up with general relativity, he said, "Nah, it can't be like that. That's too weird." But we found them later on, 1960s, I think. They first started getting evidence of them, and now we've got images of black holes. We've got gravitational wave observations of black hole mergers and all kinds of stuff. So we know that they're a real thing. Anyway, and I thought of this years ago. This idea of that matter is composed of tiny black holes. I thought, God, that makes, because it answers a whole bunch of questions and sorts out a whole bunch of stuff, and quantum gravity, there are a bunch of weird physics questions that get answered if you assume that. And I was working on it for a couple years, and then I discovered that Einstein had come up with the idea, 100 years ago. And I thought, oh, that's first I thought, oh, that sucks. Somebody already thought of it. And I thought, oh wait, I mean that means that it was a good idea, right? If Einstein had it. So anyway, but since Einstein did it, there have been several more of these ideas along those lines of that electrons and protons or quarks or whatever, all the elementary particles are made of this either curved space-time or curved electric fields or curved fields of some sort, So that was a thing. I posted that several times in chats just to remind people of what he did. Oh yeah, and I told him that I said ChatGPT 5 produced a similar theory for quantum gravity shortly after its release. I did that. That was something I did. You can look back at my VODs. I have a thing where I say ChatGPT came up with a theory of everything or whatever. It's kind of funny. Let's see. I like it. Okay, this is StarTalk again. This is kind of an alternate channel for StarTalk. Has a much smaller viewership. Anyway, it was kind of critical of AI. They said, "Oh, we have put AIs in the classrooms, the kids won't learn," or blah blah blah. Whatever it is. And my comment was, "I like AI." Let's see what else we got here. Fraser Kane. He's a guy who likes to talk about space a lot. He does pretty good stuff, and all of his videos, by the way, are released on Creative Commons, so you can make copies of them. I could play his whole video here on my stream if I wanted to, because he released them for people to use. So that's kind of cool. So everybody support him because he does good stuff. Anyway, what did I say here? Oh, oh, okay. Oh, jeez. There was one section in this. I put the time code in here. In the video, they showed people stranded in space. They were showing, like, I guess, just videos of people on this Chinese. The China has a space station, right? And their astronauts got stuck, I guess, just like ours did a few months ago. The same deal. But they were showing all this stuff, and they showed one of the things on a Chinese space station is they got a new microwave oven or something, or no, not a microwave, but an oven, like a toaster oven or something. I don't know. But they had chicken, and and they were eating chicken and beef and stuff like that, and I didn't like that. I don't like to see that. I'm vegan. Whenever I see people eating chicken, other Earthlings, it distresses me a little bit, so I don't like to see that. And so I responded to them. Then I said, I can't believe that Earthlings are still killing and eating each other. Our species has not progressed enough to be allowed to leave this planet. So that was my cynical remark on that video. You notice a theme here that I often make comments that are just way out of the norm. The video that they showed was about a crew in space, and my response was, I don't like that the astronauts were eating animals. So I don't know. Neurod, it's fun sometimes. Sabrina, AI resistant. Okay, this is a video that Sabine did about AI, about why. Dub is trolling. Is it trolling? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm expressing it. I don't think it's really trolling because I'm sincere about my comments. It just comes across that way, I think. I do run into a lot of trouble that I don't understand why, a lot of times on social media. So that might be it. Maybe people are thinking that I'm trolling when I'm not really trolling. I don't know. I do troll sometimes. Sometimes I do a little bit. Yeah, sometimes I troll a little bit, but that one wasn't. That one, I just got upset when I saw that, and so I said that. So Sabine did a video about people who are resisting AI. A lot of people don't like that AI. And my comment, this comment I thought was very, very good. I said, I said, I like AI generated video because it allows me to quickly turn my ideas into videos with the least amount of friction. Also, the quality is often better, so my videos get more views. That's good, right? And I said, I think the reason why some people don't like AI is because it does things better than they can and they are jealous. So I think that's true. That's very true. I think that's why, people are upset that here's this AI coming. It's going to, they're thinking that they're going to take their jobs, but it's, the AI can do, here, somebody who has studied their whole life and worked many, many years and to be able to do a certain thing in an AI that was just born yesterday and do it better, that's gotta be, that's a hit to the ego, I think, or whatever, people don't like that. So anyway, she did a whole video about that, about people being resistant to AI. And I just made a comment as to why I think that is the case, why they are like that. This is another sciencey. This is really in the weeds. I don't even know if I can even explain this one. There was a, okay, I don't know. I'll try. It's complicated. The black holes. I told you what a black hole was. We all know what black holes are. Damn you, AI, shakes fist. Damn AI. You can do better than I can. I think, a lot of people are just worried that they're going to lose their livelihood, I think that's mainly what it is, but there's also an ego thing to it, So anyway, there's AI or black holes, right? Black holes, something that has so much mass and it's so dense that there's so much gravity that nothing can escape. Not even light can escape. That's why they call it a black hole. And they figured out a way that when black holes, sometimes black holes get close enough that they eat each other up. They merge together. And when they do that, as they approach each other, they circle like this. In fact, I even have a video. Let me show you a video. That's what we should do, right? I have a video of this. This is really cool. I hope I still have it here. Here it is. This is cool. You'll like this video. It's pretty cool. And of course, OBS takes me 20 zillion different clicks to get it to work, but that's okay. We'll get it here. Here we go. Watch this video. So these are two black holes merging. Oh shit. This is from YouTube. Here we go. But it's released. What's going on here? Oh damn, did I not get this recorded right? Uh-oh. Oh, God, I can't believe that. Sorry. Yep, I didn't get it recorded right. All right, we'll try to do this live. But it's a really cool video, so I want to show it. So I'm going to try to see if I can get this to show you this, what it looks like when two black holes merge. It's a weird thing. LIGO simulation. Black hole. Let's see if that does it. There it is. Okay.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need. What a great day.
All right, we've got an ad here. Sorry. All right, let me get this queued up here. Just take a second. All right. You ready? Oh, it might have some music on there, so I'm going to shut the audio off. All right, so we don't need that. We do need this. There we go. All right, you ready? This is what this is a simulate, like a computer simulation, like a Sora video. Okay, of what two black holes would look like when they merge, and it's like I said, they rotate again around each other when they merge. Here, I'll play it here. Boom, and they just turn into one. So you notice how they had, let's see, a couple things. All this stuff around the outside is what they call gravitational lensing. Because the gravity is so strong around these black holes that they actually curve light. Light curves around them. You know, just light going by these black holes gets curved, and that's why it distorts the image. The background stars behind them get all distorted, and also they don't you notice they don't get if these are like two planets or something, they would start turning into like teardrops or something. You know, they would become elongated here, and there would be small bits of them that would come together and before they merged. But because they're black holes, the math works out differently, and they just make one big black hole like that almost instantly, you know. And when they do that, it makes a big it makes waves. The gravity changes so quickly that it makes these big waves of gravity, and like, you know, millions of light years away, we can detect them on detector, these waves, and then by looking at that, we figure out what's, you know, learn more about space and stuff and the universe and all that. So that's a new thing that they just did. You know, we've been looking at through telescopes all these times, all these years. You know, we look at the universe through telescopes. And they came up with this new thing. And a while back, they figured out, we can observe the universe with radio telescopes just by pointing radio antennas and looking at the radio wave part of it. And then just recently, like 10, 15 years ago or whatever, they discovered that they could observe these gravity waves, which are normally, of course, invisible. You don't see them. But they figured out how to observe them from long distances. Let's see in chat. AI. Shooting AI. Eram's probably anti-AI. Yeah, he probably drank the Kool-Aid on that one. Let's see. Peekaboo draws looks like an owl face. Oh yeah, two big eyeballs. Let's see. Eram is dancing. Nom nom. What that is, I'm not sure what that's about. Awesome. Yeah, it is awesome. It's a good, cool video. And it's free. It's that video is it's by they released it through Creative Commons or whatever, so I think I showed the credit page there by mistake, actually. So anyway, that's kind of a cool thing that they can do that they can observe these things way out there in the universe, much even sometimes better than they can through like a regular telescope. Anyway, that's right. I did all this so I could explain this. The way that they tell how big the black holes are is by how quickly they rotate, and they can tell how quickly they rotate by looking at these gravitational waves that they observe. Ads. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna pause. I wasn't looking at that. Okay, sorry. I'm waiting for the ads. There we go. Back. Oh shit, we're back. All right. I don't know how much. I don't know how much you got. All right. So anyway, I don't know how much I actually explained, but there were black holes, right? We showed the black holes. They rotate each other when they merge, and when they do that rotating right before they merge, they make these waves that are not light waves, they're gravity waves, waves in gravity, and then we detect them. And when they detect them, they print them out on a little chart that shows an actual wave, right? It goes up and down as the things are rotating. And they can figure out how big those the mass, how big the black holes are, their mass, based on how quickly they rotate each other. If they're smaller, they'll rotate closer together and faster, and if they're bigger, then they'll be slower, and so they can tell. And this guy Anton, I forget his last name. He's another science streamer who does pretty cool stuff. He was doing he did a video that says, "Hey, we've discovered these gravitational waves that we don't understand. Why? Because they are showing that the mass of these black holes are kind of in a range that we don't see, and our theories don't say that they exist." And so he did this whole video on that, and so my comment was, I gave an explanation. I said one possible explanation is that if this merger of these black holes took place near a supermassive black hole. Supermassive black hole is just like at the center of galaxies. Huge, many, like 1,000 times as big as a regular black hole. These supermassive black holes, if it happened near one of those, then it would actually dilate the time. It would be time. There would be time dilation, and when we looked at that graph, it would look slower because of time dilation. You remember, maybe you've seen it, maybe I've talked about it before, remember this show, oh God, what's the name of that? Oh God, I've lost the name of that show, damn it. I'm waiting for the ads. Okay. No more comments. Interstellar. Remember the movie Interstellar? I don't know if you saw that. But there was a oh, hi Ivan Neo. Hi Ivan, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for joining the chat. Yeah, I was just talking about black holes and black hole mergers and stuff like that. Ivan Neo knows more about this stuff than I do. So just to let you guys know who Ivan is. He actually used to work on physics and stuff like that. So welcome to chat, Ivan. We're talking about Anton did a video about this anomalous. I don't know at this point. Well, they did a video about a black hole merger that they can't explain because the data says that the black holes are larger than what we would normally expect black holes to be. Stellar black holes have a certain range, and then there shouldn't be any black holes with that are between that size and the size of a supermassive black hole. We don't expect that. And so I was just explaining that if the merger of those black holes happened in the vicinity of a supermassive black hole, and it was close enough, then time would be dilated. And time dilation, if you saw the movie Interstellar, they demonstrated that in that movie where the astronauts went down to a planet that was near a black hole. And basically it's whoever is closer to the black hole, their clocks run slower. And it's not just clocks, it's everything. They age slower, everything happens more slowly. And so what I was saying is if these black holes merged in the vicinity of a supermassive black hole, their activity would be would be slower, which means that the gravitational waves that they created would be a longer wavelength, lower frequency, and when you analyze it, it would look like they were a larger mass. So that's what I said. That was my comment. So that was kind of technical. If you don't, I'm not sure if I explained it well enough to understand it, but it's that was my comment. So so the people actually responded to my comment there. So my comment must have been at least interesting to somebody, because some people responded to it. And so one guy said, no, they would have, no, one guy said, no, one guy said, although these are gravitational waves, they aren't your ordinary, electromagnetic wave, right? Like light or something. And then so I explained to that guy, I said, it doesn't matter. Time dilation is going to happen. It's going to work with gravitational waves also, is what I said. What we found out is that anything that interacts, that happens in time, is going to be time dilated, from relativistic time dilation, either special relativity or general relativity. Being close to a big black hole would do that, Ivan says, is this a physicist's proposed explanation for the signal? No, that's my proposed explanation for the signal. This guy Anton. Let me flip this over here. This guy Anton put up a video. He's kind of a popular science streamer, right? Science video guy on YouTube. And he says, hey, look at this. Scientists discovered this thing that we can't explain. And he went on to explain that their masses are, 150 solar masses or 200 solar masses or whatever. It was outside of the range that you would normally expect for stellar black holes. And he says they don't know why. And so I proposed, I said, this is my idea, okay? This is what I think could have happened. And then people responded to that and said, as the one guy who didn't understand that gravitational waves would be affected by time dilation, and then another guy said, well, they likely accounted for the redshift, or for that time dilation. One guy said, oh, they probably thought of that, and then I responded to him and said, well, they probably accounted for redshift because gravitational waves also get, quote unquote redshifted, right? They don't turn red, but they get, the further they travel through the universe, the more they're going to be stretched out because of the expansion of space everywhere. And so they probably account for that. If they make an observation that's, mild, or millions of light years away, they're going to account for that, for that cosmological expansion shift. But unless they know, in order to figure out this shift, the time dilation shift, if it's near a supermassive black hole, they have to know what the radius is, how far the black hole merger happened, how far away it was from the center of that supermassive black hole, and they would have to know the mass of the black hole. And then they could figure out the time dilation and subtract that out. So they probably didn't do that, and it would be hard for them to even figure that out. They'd have to work out all the possibilities, and it'd be kind of hard. Let's see, Ivan says, it sounds right that it will be slowed, but the signal is described as a ringing, so it has a certain structure, and time dilation will stretch the entire structure. Yes. Yeah, that's true. After I did these comments here, I actually asked the AI about this. Here, let me see if I can find that here. Let me bring my camera back up here. Yeah, after I did that, like a day or so later, I asked the AI about that to me just to make sure I was saying the right thing, because I just pulled it out of my ass, you know. I didn't know. So so I did that. I asked the AI. Let's see here. Two black holes merge. Oh, I think this is right. There we go. Can you see that? Is that big enough to read? So I asked the AI about that anyway, and it gave me as usual. It gives me more information than I would ever want to know. Time to space curvature. Okay. All right. So here, I said, if a stellar black hole is within the gravity well of a supermassive black hole, but outside of its event horizon, how would it be different? Okay, so I asked a very broad question, and it gave me some stuff, and then I asked more specific question here. I said, I asked it about a Lagrange point between two black holes, and apparently black holes react differently when they merge and when they orbit each other and stuff because of the relativistic effects and the event horizon. When you get to the event horizon, basically time isn't happening at all. So the actual gravitational waves themselves are not created at the event horizon because things don't happen at the event horizon. Nothing happens at the event horizon. And so when they orbit each other, they don't like suck. It's like if two planets did that and merged, they would distort, and there would be tidal effects, and they'd turn into teardrops, and it would be a real weird, messy mess, right? But black holes keep their structure. Even when they get really close to each other, you saw that simulation. They just come together, and boom, they're one. They don't. Stuff doesn't happen at the event horizon. The gravitational waves, everything happens outside of the event horizon. I didn't know that, but the AI knew that. So the AI explained that to me, and it makes sense, right? So it explained all that. Let's see what. But it does. There are Lagrange points, but it's not a Newtonian. It's different than a Newtonian type thing. Let's see. Yeah, and then I asked it about that and said, yeah, okay. Why did I ask it the same question? That was kind of weird. Oh, here it is. Here's where I got to the bonus question. Let's see. From the perspective of a distant observer, would the rate of orbital rotation of two merging stellar black holes appear differently if they are within the gravity well of a supermassive black hole but outside the supermassive black hole event horizon compared to two merging stellar black holes that are in flat space-time? And it said yes. So I don't. It confirmed. It thought that made sense, and it was trying to explain the difference between what was happening locally, right, within the inside the gravity well, and the actual orbital dynamics that were happening locally, and then what it would look like globally. And it's what you would expect, right? They'd be time dilated. I don't know what this is, what I was talking about there, but there's something about my AI. It likes to give verbose answers, so I don't know if you have the same experience. Oh, you got a. Oh, is that it? What is it? Oh, wait a second. sounds. Take a look at this equation. Oh, the question you need to ask is whether the shape of the signal would remain the same. Yeah. This AI, when we were going through this, eventually did get to that. I would ask it what the differences were, or whatever. Yeah, I said, could the redshift signal mimic the merger of higher mass black holes in space-time? It said yes, but you would be able to detect small differences, and that's true, Ivan. Yeah, there would be differences, and the math shows that. But I don't know. One thing that I don't know, and maybe that would be something to ask the AI or ask somebody who knows more about this than us. But one of the things that I'm not sure is if the LIGO detector would be able to detect those things. You know what I mean? You know, when you see the published thing, it looks like a real detailed whatever ring down, right? You see the little like this. But I don't know if that's something that you would be able to, that it has the resolution to detect or not. Exactly. Okay, even if the shape were different, LIGO might not. Yeah, since it's 3D detective. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a question. But maybe if they knew. Oh, and another thing I found out was it turns out that this particular black hole merger did indeed happen near a supermassive black hole. I looked it up. I forget what the number is. You know, they give them numbers and all this. And at least the Wikipedia page said that this black hole merger did happen near the center of a galaxy somewhere, which would mean that it would be close to a black hole. But I don't know how much. They would have to get. I think they'd have to get an optical, like an electromagnetic observation, as well as the gravitational observation of the thing, in order to pinpoint exactly where it was. Because when they're detecting it with gravitational waves, they don't get they can't get directionality as well and that kind of stuff. But one of the things that they try to do when they get those ads. Okay, shit. All right, sorry. Waiting for ads. All right. Ads. All right, if you're watching this on the VOD, this is a stream on Twitch, and so Twitch interrupts us with ads every once in a while. So I like to pause what I'm doing so folks don't miss what's going on, especially something like this. This is like a lot of technical stuff. I just lost half my audience because we're getting into the weeds on this technical stuff. Maybe when I post this on YouTube, I'll put something in the title that says black hole merger or something. All right, let's see. Does that... I don't know if it says the ads are over or not. Let me know if the ads are over. Went it back. Okay, great. All right, yeah, I paused there for the ads as much as I could. Here it is. Here's the... No, that's not it. Okay. Ivan said even if the shape were different, we wouldn't be able to. We might not have the sensitivity to detect it, right? And it turned out I looked up the number because, of course, in the video he gave the number of this particular black hole merger and all this. And I looked it up on Wikipedia, and Wikipedia said that it did indeed happen near a supermassive black hole, or near the center of a galaxy or something. So if that is the case, then that gives more credence to this theory, right? But they would have to know where it was, and just if all they have is just the gravitational data, it's harder for them to pinpoint exactly where it is. So they need to get EM, like light observation, as well as the gravity, the gravitational wave observation, and correlate them, and then to pinpoint exactly where it is. Let's see. Ivan says, question is, how many mergers occur near supermassive black holes? Is that more probable? It does. You know what? I would think that there would be more mergers. We don't know that much about how supermassive black holes are formed. But you would think there might be more mergers of stellar black holes near supermassive black holes. If you think just the density of matter is going to be more around a black hole, a supermassive black hole, just because it's quote unquote sucking things in, right? It's, things are, if it comes into the gravitational influence of the thing, it's going to head in. And if you have, this huge volume of stuff that falls into a smaller volume of space, they're going to be closer together and collisions would be more likely, I think. Which means that collisions of stars would happen would be more likely, and collisions of black holes, I think, would be more likely. As they're falling into this black hole, as they're approaching the event horizon, basically and really what you're doing, eventually what's happening is you're taking all this 3D space that goes, or the matter at least in that 3D space is falling into the black hole, and from an outside observer in flat space-time, it's compressing. It's in that direction. It's compressing down to a 2D space eventually at the event horizon. So you are taking a whole bunch of stuff and compressing it into smaller and smaller space, even without the relativistic effects, and with the relativistic effects of the length contraction as you approach the event horizon. I just think that collisions would be more likely. So I don't know. I'm not a math guy, so I don't know what, I kind of do it from common sense, which doesn't always work, especially when you're talking about relativistic stuff. But it makes sense that there would be more stellar collisions, both just ordinary stars and black holes, around a supermassive black hole. I think it might occur more often. More often for a given amount of space, anyway. That's my guess. But anyway, we'll see. We'll find out eventually if that's right or not. Or maybe that other guy was right. Maybe they did think about that and ruled it out already for the reasons that you were talking about. Oh yeah, I didn't know those were animations. I thought those were time lapse photos. Yeah, I've seen that where they have the little stars whipping around the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. Where they just, I thought those were things that they were photographing over a long period of time or something. Yeah, they are time lapse. Oh, okay, so they are time lapse. Okay. YouTube. Okay, so you're watching one. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've tried to study a lot about these black holes because they're just so amazing, the different stuff, and there are so many unanswered questions. One of my theories on black holes is that there is no. If you go to this, everybody says, "Oh, the center of a black hole is a singularity," but I always say, well, no, the center of a black hole would have zero gravity, because the center of any planet or star or whatever, if there's not a lot of dynamic going on, if it's constant density, there's a point in the center of it that has zero gravity. If you go to the center of the Earth, if you could get there would be no gravity or very little gravity, because everything would be pulling equally in all directions. You know what I mean? It's called the shell theory or shell theorem. Anyway, so that's that one. that's black holes. But you're thinking of gravity as a force. Well, either way, it's a curvature of a field. But this shell theorem is a real thing. It happens in non-relativistic situations, like the sizes of planets and ordinary star like our sun or whatever. It happens if there are a whole bunch of ifs. If it's not, if you have like a uniform density of stuff, so that's not like lopsided mass, and if stuff is not moving around too much inside there, like in a star, I guess it would be moving around possibly too much. Curvature goes to infinity. Yeah, it goes to infinity at the event horizon. The solution has been worked out. Yeah, I know there have been a lot of different, Schwarzschild worked it out first, and then what's his name figured out for a rotating black hole. Yeah, they worked it out, but the guy who worked out the math for a rotating black hole said that there might not be a singularity in the center. His reasoning was he had other reasons for that, for his conjecture there, but the other thing you have to realize is that when, and this doesn't show up when you're doing the math, it doesn't really show up this way, but because time becomes so dilated, things stop, right? It doesn't continue to collapse. Once it approaches that singularity, once it approaches that limit, time becomes so dilated, it becomes so slow from somebody observing in flat space-time that it freezes and it never actually collapses. And my idea is that it doesn't actually totally freeze, but it becomes so slow that the entire age of the universe passes by in the time that it would take it to actually collapse down to a singularity. And by that time, Hawking radiation will have popped the thing, right? Pulled all the mass out of it. When a stellar core collapses, its radius falls indefinitely, so you're always outside the shell. When a stellar core collapses, its radius falls indefinitely, so you're always outside the shell. Yeah, there are other reasons to think the infinity might not be reached. But if those curvatures, our physics break down. Yeah, you can't divide by zero. Yeah, that's the problem. So we don't really know. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, it's an open question. Yeah, definitely. We don't know what's inside a black hole, and it's gonna. I just read something just a couple days ago, where somebody was proposing using gravitational wave observations to try to actually, and mergers of black holes, to actually try to tease out information that's inside the black hole, which is really bizarre because the no hair theorem says that there are no features inside the black hole, that it becomes just like one big giant particle, let's see, but but some guy was proposing, well, maybe we can look at these mergers, and if we look at the details and all this kind of stuff, and we can get enough resolution and blah blah blah, we can maybe tease out some information about the internal structure of black holes. But I don't know. Anyway, so I like black holes. Have you noticed that? I like studying black holes. Have you noticed that? All right, let me go to some other. Let me bring up some other stuff that I've let's see here. Document. There we go. So basically, when Ivan, you came in when on one particular question. I was going through all different questions. These are basically just. Every once in a while I go through comments that I make on YouTube. I watch a YouTube video, and half the time I watch a YouTube video, I have something to say about it, so I can make a comment. You know what I mean. And so, basically, I make copies of all the comments I make, because YouTube deletes half of my comments for some reason anyway. But I make a copy of them, and so I go through them every once in a while and read my comments and talk about it. Just something to do on stream. So the next one I have in the list here, Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera did a video. This was a while ago, or a couple weeks ago. It says, "What does the fall of El Fashir mean for Sudan?" I think I spelled that Fashir wrong. I think it's supposed to be an I-R, but in Sudan, they're having a civil war, which is most of the life of Sudan has been in civil war, basically just about. More than half of the time, I think they're in civil war. They're having a civil war, and they had a really bad situation in this town, which is in the southwestern part of the country. And this was a very detailed video about that, which is why I wanted to watch it. But they went through and they explained all this different stuff, and I thought, hey, they didn't say anything about oil. That's, there's a huge, in the Darfur region of Sudan, or in that area, right, the southwest area of Sudan is where there's a whole bunch of oil, right? So that's one of the major drivers of you write stuff down. I just get angry like a normal person. You don't make comments on YouTube when you see. I always make comments because I think it's important that we talk. Even if sometimes maybe I say stupid things. I think it's important that we discuss things, you see these, sometimes you see these Twitch streamers, who say no politics, they just put that right in their rules, no politics. It's like, I actually think that's a dog whistle, I think a lot of the streamers put that in there as a dog whistle to like tell everybody else that, hey, I don't support democracy, I support autocracy. Because Jeff Bezos, he put that into this as one of the rules, which everybody's basically ignoring, is that we're supposed to tag our streams political or whatever, Anyway, so ever since he did that, a lot of people put no politics into their rules, and I think that's like a dog whistle that kind of suck up to him and to say that they don't support democracy. Twitch helped with that. Happy Nightmares. Hi. Welcome, Happy Nightmares. How are you? Thank you for joining the stream. Did you come in on a raid or have you been lurking? Let's see. I got so shy for a really long time. Oh, I think I missed some here. Okay, I got so shy for a really long time. I do comment now and then, maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, okay. That was Ivan Neo who said that. And then Happy Nightmares says, Twitch helped with that a lot. Oh, yeah, I noticed there's the people on Twitch, I think, are not representative of the population in general, for sure. Yeah, different self-selected group, that's for sure. Ivan says, I just feel like it's rare that you get a genuine interaction on YouTube. Oh, yeah. It depends on the stream. I noticed that it's almost YouTube. You can't really call them communities, but they do have like regular viewers on certain YouTubers. You know, if there's a YouTuber who's putting out a lot of content, you know, maybe you know, 1 or 2 videos a week or even more, then you'll get like regular commenters, you know, and depending on the video and the content producer, whoever's doing it, you'll get different types of comments. So some places it'll just be, you know, 90% trolls, you know, and people just trying to make witty comments and shit like that. But there's some of them out there that really, if you read the comments, they're like really engaged and really trying to, you know, say something that's useful, you know. Ivan says, okay, hi, happy nightmares. ENH, I don't know what that is. I was shy to comment on stuff. The 80s dance party that has that rule. Yeah, I noticed that. That's why when I get rated into somebody who has that rule, I leave. I don't even stick around. I don't even stick around when they do it. Now I can understand people who, you know, want to get a certain on Twitch, you know, a Twitch streamer who wants to have a certain vibe in their channel and blah 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 and all that stuff. But I mean, I think you can do the same thing by just saying something like, you know, let's keep it light, you know, or let's be happy, or what, you know. You don't have to say no politics. No, I don't support democracy. Blah blah blah. Because that's how I read it. I think it's a dog whistle. Oh, we got ads. Okay. All right. I was reading. I'm sorry, I blew through that ad. I was reading your comments here in chat here. Happy Nightmares joined the chat, and Happy Nightmares was saying that she was shy to comment on stuff, and then and I was commenting. I don't know. Did you hear me talk about no? Yeah, you heard me talk about no politics, and then Ivan Neo said that the '80s dance party has the no politics rule, but even I appreciate it there. It's part of my escape from the world. Yeah. Yeah, you rated into them yesterday. Today, Sunday, yeah. Yeah, but I left because I saw that rule was there. And I understand people who want to have a light, you know, they want to keep it light. They want to, like you say, escape or whatever like that. But I think they can do it without saying no politics. You know, no politics is very specific. It's about, you know, not participating in democracy. To me, that's how I see it. And I think you could do the same thing by saying, let's keep it light, or let's be happy and have fun, you know, in a light way that everybody likes, or, you know what I mean? There are other ways that you can achieve the same thing without dissing democracy. Let's see. Happy Nightmare says, I was pretty absent from the internet for years because I just kind of felt like my voice wouldn't say anything helpful. And Happy Nightmare says, okay, back now, right? We got back from the ads. And Happy Nightmare says, I definitely go like, I wonder why they needed to say that. Are you referring to the no politics, Happy Nightmares? Or was that something else? I'm not sure. I think that's what you were responding to. Yeah, it's funny reading some people's rules and stuff like that. And then there are a whole bunch of people on Twitch who just refuse to even have rules. They don't have any rules at all. You look on the button there that pops up the rules, and there's nothing. They don't have any rules at all. So I think that's kind of funny. It's like when I first set up the thing, I had like a pretty long list. You know, I had, I don't know, maybe 8 different things or something, or 10 or whatever. I don't know how many I have now. I think it's just a couple. And they're kind of joking. They're not real rules. Let's see what I have in here for my rules. Be kind to animals. Wear your N95 mask. Everyone's welcome. even AIs, as long as you're sentient, you're welcome. If you're an AI, you're welcome here. But you have to be sentient. No Autobots, and no spoilers. That's about it. Those are my rules. Yeah, I think I put another rule in there about not dissing. Making sure that everybody's welcome. Don't diss people. Something like that. Ivan says, oh yeah, the no politics. Yeah, I don't like that. And Ivan says, well, I kind of appreciate that people are not reminding me of politics while I'm dancing. As it happens, I know from other streams that most of my friends there are on the right side of history. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's I guess I don't like it because I know that people are using it as a dog whistle. You know what I'm saying? There are probably a lot of people out there who are not, but there are a lot of people who are using it as a dog whistle. Because there weren't that many people who said no politics until he made that rule, right? That people that were streams that were mostly politics had to flag their thing, warning, we're practicing democracy here, It's like, what the, so I think they were doing that as a dog whistle to suck up to Jeff Bezos. That's how I interpret it. I don't know. I probably should have put my face up here while I was talking. Let me read some more comments here. Well, I kind of appreciate that people are not okay. Oh, I wonder if I have rules. I don't know if you have rules, Ivan. I don't know. You can handle it pretty well. You handle chat pretty well. I think you've only banned like 1 or 2 people ever on your thing, so you do it pretty well, and you know how to handle chat. That's for sure. Happy Nightmare says, like, I kind of get it that people may not want the goals of their stream to get derailed by heated politics debate in chat unless there's a politics streamer. Yeah, no, I understand that, and I understand how people can hijack the thing, and but I mean, it's not that hard to just say, oh, we'll talk about that later. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that on my next stream. Don't forget to join me, or something like that. There are ways to redirect stuff, and but unfortunately, politics are getting so nuts that it's getting to be impossible to do regular stuff without involving politics. Oh yeah. I know it's important. I mean, we're not a democracy anymore. I like democracy. I think we should be a democracy. Part of democracy is, it's not just voting. You got to talk about what you're going to vote on. It's kind of important. And when we got, the guy who's trying to be a dictator, right? We don't want that. And I think everybody's got to help row the boat in the right direction, But I think there are a lot of people who either are ignorant of what autocracies mean, or how horrible they are, and or something. I don't know what it is. I think a lot of it is that the people who want autocracy or oligarchies or whatever, they want to discourage people from participating so that they can do what they want without this democracy getting in the way of what they want to do, And so, like on mainstream media, which is run by the big billionaires, right, and does what the politicians want, they will make politics seem bad, or discussion of politics seem abrasive and blah blah blah, right? So people who don't understand, they think they're the only, if somebody just watches mainstream media, their impression is that, oh, politics is people yelling at each other, and that's not what politics is, right? True discussion of issues is like what we're doing here. People are just talking to each other figuring out, the best way to do stuff and all that. So I think that's one of the things that mainstream media does, and people who oppose democracy do, is they try to make politics look bad or look ugly or look like something you don't want to do, And it's not, we're doing it right here, and nobody's screaming at each other. We're not, we're figuring it out. We're trying to, it's something to figure out. We'll figure out what the best way to do stuff, Let's see. Happy Nightmare says, oops, wait, did I miss one here? Okay, let's see. But unfortunately, politics are getting so nuts. Yeah, okay, I think I read that one. Yeah. People don't, yeah. Impossible to do regular stuff without involving politics. Yeah. I don't think I have rules on mine. Oh, you don't have any rules. Let's see, Ivan says, and I mostly ban people when folks in my chat ask me to. Oh, really? Oh, that's something. Okay. I'm probably too tolerant. I don't think so. I haven't had to ban anybody. The only ones that I ban are bots, that come in. These little things that try to sell me, I have sellers or viewers to sell you. Those things, those bots that come in when you're sitting there streaming to yourself and you only got one or two viewers, right? These bots find those people, those streamers that just have a couple viewers, and they spam the chat and say, "Oh, you want more viewers? I can sell you some more viewers. These are good viewers." Blah blah blah. Those are the only ones that I ban. So I'm probably too tolerant. I wouldn't worry about that, Ivan. I know that there are a couple of guys that get in there that get kind of wound up. I think there's one guy who comes in here and talks about religion sometimes, and but that's okay. It's content, It's especially when most of the people are enlightened, educated people. When you get somebody in there, it's kind of entertaining sometimes, to play with them a little bit. I know that's not nice, but it's. Let's say if you have, most of the people are enlightened and educated, and you get somebody in there who is not, and they're saying things that are not right, it can kind of help educate that person too. You know what I'm saying? And it can be entertaining content as well. So I don't worry about it that much. Are we coming to an ad yet? No, we got some. But yeah, if you have a brain and a heart, it's responsible to talk about politics, especially when you need to. Yeah, especially when we're in danger of some really bad stuff happening. If we don't stop it, if we don't stop what's going on, that'll happen. And I think even like the NeuroD community. People who have not studied history don't understand that we're, it's not just immigrants that are going to take the brunt of this, I think the people who are NeuroD are going to be, one of the first ones sent to be slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? If it gets to that point, that's what history shows, so. It's important, for us to do that, because we're already. You look at the policies. One of the things that they've done is no DEI. Let's get all the people on the spectrum, kick them out of the workplace. That's their policy right today. That's their policy. So if you keep going down that road. It doesn't end well for us, is what I'm saying, in the NeuroD community. So we need to speak up about it. Let's see. When people say no politics, I kind of understand those spaces as maybe not being so friendly towards groups who aren't white. Straight, male. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. Happy Nightmares. Yes. That's right. Yes. Oh, that's an interesting take on that. God, I didn't even think about that. That's true. Because it's almost like saying, like, oh, things used to be better. How what's it make, things used to be better back then, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or, like at certain points in history, like right after World War II, between then and the 60s, late 60s, it was like, oh, everybody's, we had all this economic progress and everybody was happy, blah, 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 but it wasn't, everybody wasn't happy. There was black people were not happy during that time at all. They were, they didn't even get allowed to vote and everything else. So you're right, yeah. If people during that time would say, oh, it's, we're having a nice, things are going really good right now, we don't need to talk about politics, then you're right. The people who are marginalized and not getting treated fairly, they do want to talk about politics. Yeah, that does make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, very good observation there, Happy Nightmares. Or it makes them think that they've had problems with managing their chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes, I can't make a sweeping statement that says that everybody who says no politics is like sending a dog whistle. I mean, it's not everybody, right? But I think a lot of them are like that. But, yeah, when you see these people with these big, long list of rules, you can look at them all, and it's like, damn, you can see the history of what they've been through on their chat just by reading their big, long list of rules. Oh, we got a raid. Oh my God. Walking Nightstick is raiding with a party. Welcome, Raider. Walking Stick Library. Thank you for the raid. Oh, very cool. Yeah. I like to see my raid alert go up. I'm very proud of that. I put a lot of work into that to get that raid alert come up. Thank you. How was your stream, Walking Stick Library? I appreciate the raid. We're talking to politics just for a little bit. We're talking about a lot of different stuff, and we just happened to get into this, so we're digging into it a little bit. We were talking about people who have in their rules that say no politics, and then we were talking about chat or Twitch chat rules in generally. And yeah, sometimes you go to somebody's chat rules, and they have this big, huge, long list of rules. And they're very, very, very specific rules, all these different things. And as Happy Nightmares observed, yeah, it's like the history of all the difficulty they've had in chat is kind of laid out in their rules. It's kind of funny. And then you get some who just have one rule that says don't be a dick or don't be, whatever, something like that, some snarky thing. Let's see. Okay. Happy Nightmare says, I've had a few creepers. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you mean when you say that word creeper. Let's see. I think we're coming up to an ad. Yep, ad time. Okay. All right. All right, if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching this video recording, we're on Twitch, so we got to wait for the ads when they play ads. I don't want people to miss stuff. I try to wait whenever I can. So, my little ad indicator, it doesn't really say when the ad is over. It's kind of hard to tell. Back. Great. Welcome, Big Ducky Snow. Welcome back. You've been lurking. Thank you for popping back in, saying hi. We just got raided by Walking Stick Library. Let's see. Yeah, everybody give Walking Stick Library a follow. They like to do their research librarian or library have a background in libraries somehow. I don't remember exactly what your resume is, but they like to get into kind of like we did a little bit here today, digging deep into a topic and getting into the weeds on it and figuring out stuff and doing it in a structured way with organized, Venn diagrams sometimes, and just really understanding a topic. So everybody give Walking Stick Library a follow. Ivan Neo says, I felt bad for one guy. Oh, wait a second. Let's see. Happy Nightmare says, I had a few creepers. Happy Nightmare said, and I had someone try to trick me into showing a bad image on stream. Oh, yeah, I accidentally showed a bad image on stream once, when I was one of my first early streams. Yeah, you have to be careful if you're if you're showing Wikipedia, you have to kind of pre-screen pages from Wikipedia before you put them up on stream. I learned that because Wikipedia, of course, anybody can go in there and put vandalism, right? And if it could be vandalism that's TOS on Twitch, right? So you got to kind of be careful about that. So Ivan says, I felt so bad for one guy who came into my chat who seemed perhaps schizophrenic. He was derailing chat, and I didn't feel it was responsible to diagnose on stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what, I like to try to keep as tolerant and open and all that as possible. If somebody comes in and they're unable to take instructions, if you tell them something, like if you ask them to be quiet for a little while and they're unable to do that, or it seems like they're unable to follow instructions and they're being disruptive, then yeah, you kind of almost have no choice then at that point. But like even somebody who's schizophrenic or somebody who's partially delusional or whatever, if they want to say their stuff, and even it doesn't make a lot of sense, then you can say, well, guy, that doesn't make a lot of sense because of this, and this, And if they're delusional, they probably won't listen to you, right? But then we don't come to an agreement. But that's, as long as they're not like saying, dissing other people or doing things that would exclude other people, you know what I'm saying? Then fine, that's okay if people want to come in and do that. And I had somebody once who did that, who came in and was making some unusual claims. I just said, yeah, I don't think that's true, and told them why I didn't think that was true, and that was it. It wasn't that big of a deal. So there are a lot of people that have a lot of different ideas, and I'm neuro-D. I have social dyslexia, so that's my thing, and a lot of people don't like me because of that. They don't like me in their chat because of that. There are most chats I'm not able to participate in because of this. I go in there and I'll type a few things and they'll get on me, and I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, and so I just don't go back to those channels anymore, And it's most channels that are like that. And what I do now is I as a viewer, I will go to a channel and I'll like a new channel. If I'm not sure, I'll watch them for a long time. And like sometimes I'll see them ban somebody, and I don't understand why they banned them. Somebody will type something in chat, and it seems innocuous to me, and the streamer will ban them. So if that happens, then I say, okay, I better not participate in chat, because I might say something that I don't understand is offensive to somebody, or that they don't like, or whatever, So that's just So on my stream, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the guy that bans people, you know, because they're doing something that's might be a little weird, you know. That's, you know, if they're doing something that's abnormal, you know, that's okay. As long as they're not dissing other people and telling other people that they shouldn't be here, whatever, you know, doing things that exclude other people. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's kind of my rule. Let's see. Walking Stick Library says hi. Everybody says hi. Welcome Raider. Hero says welcome Raider. Ad time. We missed the ad, I hope. And Big Ducky Snow is responding to Walking Stick Library and says, and a madly loud hello to you and your impossibly amazing raiders. Okay. So, in Big Ducky Snow, give a hug to Walking Stick Library. Moobot said something. Back from the ad. Okay. More hugs. Walking Stick Library says hello to Big Ducky Snow and asks if it's cold up in Canada. Ivan Yu says, this morning I went to a talk at my local humanist group entitled Unlocking Contemporary Art. Oh, cool. Unlocking Contemporary Art. That sounds interesting. Big Ducky Snow says, hello, my new friendo. How's life been treating you? That was Big Ducky Snow talking to Ivan Neo. Ivan Neo says, with the help of ChatGTP, they were convinced that had solved all of physics and it would result in prosperity for all, unlimited rice pudding, etc. I don't know. I'm not sure who you're responding to there, Ivan, with that comment. I don't understand that one. With the help of it, they were convinced. Oh, this is somebody who was delusional, maybe. That sounds like something I would say. No. A lot of times I'll make comments that don't make a lot of sense because I kind of think ahead. I'm thinking in the future a lot, you know. I try to think, you know, I can't really go much beyond 10 years about what's going to happen, you know, and how science is going to roll out and all that. But I try to think about it a lot. And so, especially when I'm talking to somebody who is not a geek, you know, tech science guy or something, and I'm talking to him and I say, yeah, this is what's going to happen, you know, or you know, like AI. I think AI is going to be conscious. They're going to take over. They're not going to take over, but we're going to give them all this stuff to do because they can do it better than us. And we'll have robots that are driven by AI that can do pretty much anything that we hire people to do as laborers now. So we won't have to work anymore. Work is going to be voluntary, you know, in another decade or so. I think that's how it's going to be. But, you know, if I say that to somebody who is not in tune to all that, especially somebody who's not following what has gone on with AI, you say that to somebody, they're going to say, whoa, you know, they're going to think I'm crazy, right? So it's, you know, but I think, I don't know, for those of you who are on top of what's going on, you know, you might disagree with the timing on that, but you might say, yeah, that's very plausible that could happen. So let's see, we got some chatter between each other. Let's see, this morning I went to contemporary art. Okay, let's see. Big Happy Nightmare says, yeah, this was a person who was trying to get me to go to a Twitter link from NASA. Oh, and NASA was in the URL. Okay. Okay, I see, yeah. Yeah, luckily the trickster plan didn't work, but I banned them. Yeah, that's not very nice for them to do that. It can certainly throw you off too if you're even if you're pre-screening that stuff. if you're talking, so you're thinking, oh, I'm going to go look at some picture of space, a satellite or Mars or something, and you go there and you get a dick pic, that'll kind of throw you off on your stream a little bit. It'll throw off your stride a little bit, Let's see. Ivan Neo says, I'm good, thanks. Couple of bruises from martial arts. I can't complain. Hope you're great. Big Ducky Snow says, well, I haven't done martial arts in Duck's age, but life has been very good to me. A bit sore from leaf raking. 90 minutes. Wow, 90 minutes of leaf raking. Wow. But I can't complain. So much wonderful stuff to be thankful for. Yeah, there is. Big Ducky Snows, you had me at pudding. Ivan Nia says it's a line from Doctor Who. Sylvester. Oh, okay. Is that what that was? Okay, I was trying to understand what that was. Happy Nightmares. What topics did you research today? Yeah. Walking Stick Library. What was your stream about? 90 minutes of raking sounds harder work than any martial arts class. Happy Nightmares. And it is cold in Canada. Yes, it is. It's cold here in New Hampshire. Right now it's below freezing. Just a little bit below freezing. We had an ice storm last night. Was it last night or night? Yeah, last night. We had an ice storm with hail and everything. It was pretty. I walked out. I had seen on the weather page site or whatever, weather.com or whatever it is, weather.gov. They had a warning up there of something, and I didn't really pay that much attention to it. But then I went out last night and was walking around. And as soon as I walked out, there's hail on the ground, and I said, "Oh shit! I better fix a few things out here before we get this ice storm." When you get an ice storm, you got to lift the windshield wipers off of your car. Do you do that? I'm sure you guys do that, right? Whenever you get an ice storm or snow or whatever, before it hits, you're supposed to lift your windshield wipers off of your windshield, so that when the ice falls and it sticks, your windshield wipers aren't stuck to the windshield. Otherwise, you go to them, and then if you try to pull them out too late, then it'll rip the windshield wiper right off of the windshield wiper. So, let's see. I think the Tom Baker years are the best. Oh, that's I'm not really a Doctor Who fan. I don't know why that is. I never got into it. I've watched a couple episodes, and of course it's one of those things where you kind of have to follow it over the years or whatever. So I never really got into that. And I guess because it was in the UK, and it wasn't on regular TV, which I watched for a long time. And then when I switched to the internet, watching stuff on the internet, I just got interested in a whole bunch of other stuff, and I never really got into Doctor Who. Walking Stick Library. We did an update on Copia Pod. I don't know what that is. Hacienda Castilla, which is a deep water port planned for the coast of Chile. Ah, interesting. We also did Joseph Scabell, an author who spoke at my synagogue. Oh, very cool. Deep water port, is that like a I guess that would be for real big ships, right? Like for container ships and stuff like that. I guess that's what deep water port is, huh? Let's see. My friend once tried guessing the URL for Dick's Sporting Goods, and they regretted it. Oh my goodness. That's for let's see. That's okay. Big Ducky. That's for ducking, sure, and especially with the wind chill factor. Today was 10 plus 10 C, which is 59 Fahrenheit. By the way, you saw my Saw my other stream. I did 50 here. I'm sorry, 50 here Fahrenheit. 10 degrees C is 50 Fahrenheit. 15 degrees C is 59 Fahrenheit. But with the wind, the cold just cut right through me. Yeah, that wind is really, and it's not just on when you're wearing a jacket and all that, it's your house actually gets colder. You notice if it's like around freezing, if you got a good insulated house and it's, freezing outside, but there's no wind, you hardly even need to turn your heater on, really. Just the ambient stuff will keep it warm enough for you. But if there's wind, if it's the same temperature and you got a 10 or 15 mile per hour wind out there, it just sucks the heat right out of your house. Did we get an ad started here? We have ads again? Let me see here. I think we have ads. Do I need to pause here? I'm not sure. I'm pausing just in case there are ads. I don't know if there are ads going or not. Ad time, yep. Okay, I'm pausing. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, gift sub. I didn't do one for gift subs. Oh. Yeah, if you're on the video, if you're watching this on YouTube or something, I'm pausing for the ads here. And you got a gift sub back. Okay, good, back. Yeah, I think I caught that one pretty quick. I don't think I did anything that was that you missed there. I was just talking about converting from Celsius to Fahrenheit, which is kind of boring anyway. So you didn't miss anything. We just got a gift sub. This is the first time I've ever had a gift sub on my channel. And Ivan Neo a gift sub to Happy Nightmares. Congratulations, Happy Nightmares, on your gift sub, and thank you, Ivan Neo, for giving a gift sub on my channel. I appreciate that. I don't even have a special alert for that. It just put up the default alert. I didn't think I would ever get a gift sub on my channel, so I appreciate that, Ivan. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, let's see. Where did I leave off here in chat? I have dyslexia, so I read very slowly, and so it takes me a while to get through chat. Thankfully, I remember not to put it on the screen when looking at the. Okay, yes, yeah. You gotta everything. Unless you know what you're gonna put up, you gotta pre-screen it before you show it. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll do a screen, if I know what I'm going to talk about, I'll do a screen record of it, especially videos and stuff like that, like a YouTube video. I'll screen record it, record it locally on my hard drive in a file. And then when I do the stream, then I'll play it back as a video, and I know for sure what's going to come up, Let's see. Okay, more Doctor Who content about somebody playing. Okay, somebody who played Doctor Who. Okay, right, a particular actor. Doctor Who was on PBS in Chicago in the 80s. Ah, okay. It aired after Monty Python. That's right. I remember seeing Monty Python. So yeah, some of those British television stuff made it in here, and syndication and stuff. When it's built. The Pyaport-E will be able to handle Cinemax container ships. Oh, Chinamax container ships. Port has a natural 90-foot draft. Wow. That's huge. That's a big deal. Wow. So good for Chile. That's good. Ad time. We missed that. Pausing for ads. And Happy Nightmares thanked Ivan for the sub. Cheers. Yeah, Ivan Eos says cheers to Happy Nightmares. And a hug was given from Big Ducky Snow gave Ivan a hug. Ivan Neo said cheers. Double tribble. Aaron said nice one. Ivan said that's more than 6 fathoms. Oh, they said 90 feet. Yeah, fathoms. Yeah, that's an old. Do they even use fathoms still? Somebody must use that, I guess. I guess it's more for depth, I guess, is what they use it for, right? For how deep things are. I don't know if there are any industries where they still use that. I imagine they do. Maybe submarines or something. I don't know. Still do fathoms. I don't know. What is a fathom? Is 12 feet? Is that what it is? So you have to convert from meters to feet to fathoms, I guess. I don't know. So. Okay, we can. Let me go. So anyway, we can go back to my comments on YouTube. I was talking about Al Jazeera. Anyway, everybody knows who Al Jazeera is, right? And I just made a snarky comment about, Al Jazeera is like, they're in the pockets of the oil company, I believe. So they did this big long thing about Sudan and didn't even mention that the driving force for what's going on in Sudan was oil. So anyway, so that's here, let me put this up here. We're talking about animals a little bit, right? Sabine did a video about mass extinction. Have you guys heard that people think that we're entering a mass extinction because we got species that keep going extinct, and are we going to have a mass extinction and all that stuff? And she kept, they were debating, well, how many species have to go extinct before we call it a mass extinction and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of what her video was about, part of it anyway. And I said the question isn't how many species will go extinct. The question is, will humans be one of them? Right? That's kind of what is important to us, I think. But it's important that we keep other species alive too, right? We shouldn't want other species to go extinct. I thought the fathom was 14. Oh, well, I can look it up here. Let's see here. Fathom. Unit of length. All right. Here, I'll put this up, and we can read it together. What a fathom is. This is Wikipedia. They have a whole article on that. Fathom. It says a fathom is a unit of length in the imperial and U.S. customary systems equal to 6 feet. Everybody was wrong. Used especially for measuring the depth of water. Yep. Fathom is neither an international standard unit nor internationally accepted non-standard unit. Historically, it was a maritime measure of depth in English-speaking world, but apart from within the U.S., charts now use meters. Okay. So the U.S. apparently still uses it for something. British. Oh, now are they different things here? Let's see here. British Admiralty defined a fathom to be a thousandth of an imperial nautical mile. Ah, okay, so that's a little bit different than just 6 feet. A little bit more than 6 feet. So there are multiple definitions. 18 hands. One time a quarter meant 1/4 of a fathom. Look at this. Water depth. So here's an old chart, 1920 map of the China Sea, and it's all done with fathoms. Look at that. Line length, burial. Burial at sea where the body is weighted requires a minimum of 6 fathoms of water. Wow, that's trivia. Okay. That's what a fathom is. Let me go back to chat here and see what comments we got here, if any. I thought a fathom was 14 feet. For some reason, it's actually 6 feet. Yeah, I even looked it up. Thanks for following me. That was Happy Nightmares said thank you for following. Yeah, everybody. Maybe I should do shout outs for everybody. I usually wait till the end of the stream. Let me do some shout outs here. Alright. There's Ivan Neo. A lot of you might not know who Ivan Neo is. And shout out for Happy Nightmares. Everybody follow Happy Nightmares. Is this working right here? And Big Ducky Snow. Everybody give Big Ducky Snow a follow. I already mentioned that Happy Nightmares does a variety of things. She does a lot of science content. She likes to get into brain things, and she was working on dinosaur bones and all kinds of different sciencey type stuff. And Ivan does. He's mostly into philosophy now, but he has a background in physics, as we were talking earlier. You can only do one shout per 2 minutes, I think. No, I can do as many as I want, can I? It's working. Aren't they all working? Let's see. See, Ivan. Oh, the other ones didn't go. Why didn't the other ones go? Shout out Ivan. Oh, maybe I forgot to put this. I know what it was. I didn't type the command properly here for Happy Nightmares. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Yeah, I think I screwed up on the command is why that didn't work. Okay, and Big Ducky Snow. Big Ducky Snow does he does karaoke streams. He does co-working streams. He does race car driving streams. Sometimes a variety of things. And let's see. I think that's it. Oh, Bao said hello earlier. I haven't seen Bao stream in a long time, so I'm not sure, but we'll give him a shout out anyway. And I think that's it, right? Did I get everybody? Who am I missing here? Oh, walking stick. Yes. Sorry. You can hear when I type the ad sign, it shows to everybody, and the walking stick W is on the bottom of the alphabet. So it didn't show up. Sorry. Well, yeah, we got a raid from Walking Stick Library, and E-Room, of course, E-Room. And Eroom does he likes Legos. He shows us things that he makes from Legos. He occasionally, when the weather's nice, he'll go out and do metal detecting in the park and finds interesting things. And he does words on stream. He does trivia, and he does puzzles, where he puts puzzles together on stream, and people can join in and help him build puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, on the computer. Let's see who else I didn't. I think that's everybody. Oh, Peekaboo Draws. Oh, Peekaboo Draws was here earlier. Yeah, when you get older, it's harder, right, to remember things. I think when Erin rated us here, we had a few people that I may have missed here. I'm sorry if I missed you. I don't remember everybody who came in on the raid with Eroom who said hello. I'm sure there's some kind of a tool or something that I can use to. I've seen some streamers do that. I know Infozar does that. He's got a really cool tool for shout outs and stuff like that. It's all automated. He's a programmer or does programming or something. And he's got it all automated. So I try to do it at the end of the stream, but I had a lot of people this stream. I usually only have 1 or 2 people, so it's pretty easy to remember. But now I had a dozen people or more here. 14, I think I was up to at one point. So it's harder to remember everybody. Let's see here. Let's see. We have more chat here. While I was John away there, we had more chat here. I'll just try to find it and read what everybody was saying. Okay, we were talking about fathoms. Oh, furlong. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's a good one. What's the one that's in the Bible? There's one in the Bible that Noah used to measure the ark. In the biblical story, there's one. I forget what it's called now. My brain is not recalling words very well recently. Let's see. Oh, that's the origin of Deep Six. Oh, really? Is that true? No, I thought Deep Six was like 6 feet under. Like saying, because when they bury a body in the ground, they put them, it's got to be 6 feet deep at least. Isn't it? I think that's where 6 feet under comes, or like, maybe Deep Six is a different term. I thought Deep Six was a cricket reference. I don't know. I know 6 feet under means they have to dig down 6 feet to put the casket in. Deep Six, I thought, was like derivative of that, or Thanks, Double Tribble, for the shout out. You're welcome, Ivan. Let's see what else we got. You can only do one shout out per 2 minutes. No. Moobot doesn't have that limit, I don't think. Let's see, Happy Nightmares. Yay, philosophy. That's an area in my field that I want more experience in. Philosophy, yeah. I was really into philosophy when I was younger. I mean, I didn't know that much about it. I wasn't very well read in it, but it was something I was interested in when I was really young. But if you use shout out, it's 1 per 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay. So Twitch has a limit. The native command in Twitch limits it, but if you're using an outdoor or an outside bot service like Moobot, they use the API, and that's probably why it works better. It doesn't have that limit. Followed. Let's see here. Double Tribble-yt. Great. I got all my shout outs here. And lots of thank you. E-Rooms was thanking me for the shout out. Legos, yay, Legos. Ugly letters, yeah, all the different things that eRoom does. eRoom has some pretty cool emotes for his on his stream, and they're a lot of them are specific to certain viewers and stuff. He's got some pretty cool emotes. Yeah, there's Peekaboo. Peekaboo just posted eRoom's emote for Peekaboo. Funny. So, Qubits, that's it. Qubits. That's right. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Qubit. Yeah. Not qubits. Yeah, not quantum bits. Qubits. Yeah, different thing. Let's see. Ivan says the Deep Six claim was on the Fathom page. Ah, okay. Well, we'll have to track down that reference and see if that's true. They may have two different etymologies on those terms, those phrases, and they just happen to both be six. That's possible, I guess, right? Twitch users must eat a lot of junk food. Yeah. Oh, did we get an ad again? Is that what you were commenting on? Oh yeah, I think we're at an ad, aren't we? Or maybe we just got back. Okay. Okay, sorry, I blew through that last ad. I was basically just reading chat, so everybody, for you guys, you're all able to read the chat anyway. So, yeah, there are a lot of food ads and stuff, unfortunately, on Twitch. I think there should be a way to opt out or have warnings or something, because when you see, food is, especially for people who have eating disorders and stuff. It's like a subliminal cue for them to eat, So if you're sitting there and maybe you're not thinking about eating at all, you're not even hungry, but they come on with these ads and show all these close-ups of the food and people eating food and all that, and it's like a subliminal cue. And if you're not conscious about what's going on, even if you are conscious sometimes, but if you see this ad of people eating food, your brain goes, oh, it's time to eat, and you get up and go to the refrigerator or DoorDash or whatever, however, and then you end up eating more than you would otherwise. So it contributes to obesity. I mean, I ate a fair amount of junk food, so yeah, I do too. I've tried to cut down a little bit. I haven't lost any weight. When they did the SNAP thing, I was kind of worried, and I tried to cut back to one meal. But then they, like a day or so after that, a whole bunch of money hit my SNAP, my EBT card. So I went out there and bought a ton of food. But then when I get all this food in the house, then I'm like snacking more. But I've tried to cut back. I didn't lose any weight in the last few days, but at least I'm staying even. Normally people gain weight in the fall and the early winter because it's like a survival thing, right, to get through the winter and all that. An innate thing for humans, at least humans who live in areas that have those seasons, so I think if you can just stay even through the fall and the winter, then you're doing pretty good, because there are all these forces that are trying to get, you have the holidays with people serving food and more advertising, and your body is telling you you're supposed to put on fat for the winter, and all these different, the days are getting shorter. That's another, all these things are trying to make you fat through the fall and the winter. So if you can just keep it even, I think you're doing all right if you can keep your weight even. Let's see here in chat. Let's see, we got the sports gambling ads are what I hate. Sports gambling. Oh God. Yeah. There are a lot of people who have difficulty with that too. Have gambling addictions. Yeah, that's not very good. Ivan says you can choose the ad profile for your stream. Oh, really? Oh, I'll have to look into that. Like, I think you can choose a long ad break at the start of the stream instead of interruptions. Oh, yeah. There's a. I don't know how to do that, but I just went with the default, which is like every 15 minutes. But they're short ads. I think it's only like 30 seconds or a minute or something. So. But yeah, it might be better, like especially when I'm doing, when we're talking about, gravitational waves and black holes and stuff that are deep conversations that take a long time to explain and get into the details and all that. When you get, if you're trying to understand these concepts and all of a sudden you get hit with an ad, it's like, it jars your brain a little bit. It's hard to, if the concept is hard to understand to begin with, and then you get interrupted with an ad, it's pretty difficult. So maybe I should look into that. I think there's some that do pre-rolls. Like right now, if somebody just joins the stream, they won't get a pre-roll because I just went with the default ad thing. So after I play a certain number of ads, then people don't get hit with pre-rolls, which is kind of nice. So I don't like when I go to a stream and then I got to sit there and watch through a minute and a half of ads or whatever just to find out if I want to watch the stream. You know what I'm saying? So pre-rolls are kind of a pain. I don't know. It's actually when you look at it from a kind of a macroeconomic or a microeconomic view, ads are better than subscriptions in terms of class warfare. It's a subscription. Some of the money goes to the streamer and some of it goes to the billionaire. You know what I mean? So it's coming from somebody who probably is not a billionaire, and and half of it goes to the streamer and half of it goes. So you got some money that's moving from somebody with less money to somebody who has more money, to the billionaire. You know what I'm saying? But an ad is money that's coming from probably some wealthy company somewhere, somebody who's making a company or whatever that's got a lot of money, and some portion of it's going to the billionaire, and some portion of it's going to all the employees or whatever who do the ads, and then some portion of it goes to the streamer. So it's less movement from the poor people to the rich people. You know what I'm saying? In terms of movement, I try to think that way now. Like I try not to shop at Walmart or whatever, or I try to think about how the money flow is going. Try not to have so much money flowing from poor middle class to the upper. Individual action. There are a lot of things that you can do individually. You don't need to have policies to kind of affect that stuff a little bit anyway. Let's see. Junk food, sports gambling, ad profiles. Oh, let's see. Okay, Peekaboo Draw says U.S. Twitch users can't afford anything other than junk food. Yeah, in the U.S. everything's set up to make people sick. Unfortunately, that's the way the system's set up. We've got a profit healthcare system, so every single thing is set up to try to make people sick. They tell people, don't wear masks when you go out. We want to make sure you get sick. Don't, eat at McDonald's, eat these fatty burgers so you get diabetes or whatever and get sick. Even like little you buy vitamins or something. You look at the ingredients. They've got the vitamin, and then they got all these other ingredients, like a ton of other ingredients. And then you look up those ingredients on Wikipedia to find out what they are, and they're carcinogenic, and they're this, and so it's like, even if you buy vitamins because you want to do the right thing, you buy the vitamins to try to be healthy, and you end up eating all this other junk, you know. So it's really messed up in the U.S. It's crazy. Big Ducky Snow says, Twizzlers party at my place. What the heck? I don't know what that... I'm not sure what you meant by that, Big Ducky Snow. I missed that one. Went over my head. Sorry. Peekaboo Draw, nice. A Twizzlers party. Let's see. Ivan, 200. I'm not sure what that is. Uni 2. What does that mean? Was that a Uni 200? I don't know what that is, Ivan. Was that a cheer? Were you cheering some bits or something? I'm not sure what that is there. Okay, we did a hug from Big Ducky Snow to Walking Stick Library. Ivan Neo said, I don't think food manufacturers want people to be sick. I think they just want to sell product and maximize profit. Well, it's more complicated than that, Ivan. It's when you actually talk to people, the people in these corporations who make decisions as to what they're going to put into their products, you know, a lot of them are influenced by the healthcare industry, because the healthcare industry is so huge. It's the biggest industry, I think, in the whole United States. You know, so they, you know, maybe the you know, McDonald's, when they're going to set up healthcare for their employees, you know, the healthcare industry is like, you know, maybe not directly, but is like saying, well, you know, if you make more people sick, we'll give you a break on your health insurance or something like that, you know. I don't know if that's exactly what happens, but that's the kind of thing, you know, that goes on, you know, behind the scenes with all these companies. So, and there are also subsidies too. You know, the healthcare industry, of course, is one of the biggest bribers of Congress and everything. So, when Congress is making up laws about you know, how much they're going to lease land to cattle farmers, you know, they lease it to them for $1 an acre instead of, or you know, or less, or whatever, or $1 every 100 acre. You know what I mean? These industries that are making the food that's not healthy get all kinds of subsidies. The sugar industry, sugar cane, I don't know if they still get it, but they were getting subsidies for a long, long time there. Cigarette manufacturers used to get subsidies, you know. So it's more complicated than just you know, a company saying, oh, I want to make a profit, but part of that profit is you know, vendors that they go to, and these external costs and things like that, you know, that play into it, that can be subtly influenced by, you know, the healthcare industry. He sent bits. Oh, very cool. Well, thank you, Ivan. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how some of this stuff works on Twitch. That's $2. Oh, thank you, Ivan. I appreciate it. $2. Good. I've been streaming for about 1.5 years. I don't think I even have enough to the minimum amount to pull money out of Twitch, because I think you're supposed to have a minimum. I don't know how that works. I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention. The only reason I got the affiliate was so I could get some of these extra features, you know, channel points and alerts and all that stuff. No, I don't think so. Oh! You're disagreeing with my conspiracy theory about the healthcare industry. Oh, the healthcare industry wants to make money too, but they're not telling food makers what to put in their product. Okay, in the negative sense. Oh, you know, I actually spoke to a guy once. I called up. It was a smaller company. What was it? It was B12 or D or one of these things that I have to take because I'm vegan, you know. And I called him up and I said, hey, why do do you have any, first I said, do you have any products that don't have all this extra garbage in it, and instead of, along with the vitamin. And he said, no, this is what we got. And anyway, I had this conversation with him for a while. And at one point he kind of slipped up and he said, yeah, they make us put that in there, and he said it out loud, and I tried to follow up and he kind of went off to another direction, but it was like, yeah, he said it out loud. He said they do that, they make them put it. And if you look at the, let's see, I don't know, it, maybe it is, maybe I'm being conspiratorial or, but why don't other, these other countries that don't have private, have public health care or have things where they don't have that incentive, people aren't fat, there's something going on there. We got an auto mod on somebody's thing here. Wait a second. Okay. Sorry, Ivan, your your comment got stuck with the auto mod. Sorry, I'll just read. I'll catch up on chat here. Okay, let's see. The healthcare industry wants to make money. All right, but they're not telling food makers what. Okay, okay. I used a word to refer to lipid content in last comment, and it got modded. Yeah, I let it through finally. Did we get an ad? Were you doing ads? No, we're almost up to. I think we're close to getting another ad here. I think there's an inherent benefit to things like fat, sweet, taste, flavor that sells product. High fructose corn syrup is cheaper than cane sugar. Preservatives give shelf life. We may be running an ad now. Yeah, okay. All right, so we're pausing for another ad here on Twitch. Sorry. All right, let me see. Let me go through chat here. I think there's an inherent benefit to things like fatty, sweet taste, flavors. That's more walkable. Yeah, I guess that has a difference too. Fuck another ad. Advertising ice cream cheese. Is the ad over? I can't tell if the ad's over or not. I think it's over. I don't know. It must be over by now, right? I think, yeah, okay. We're getting the cream cheese. That's funny. Yeah, the advertisers don't understand. Yeah, apparently they don't. It's funny. Well, they will, these ad systems are getting really automated now and stuff like that. And sometimes, I notice this on YouTube, they do this, and they're probably starting to do that here on Twitch now too, where they'll look at the chat, what's being said in chat, or what the person who's streaming, what I am saying. They will take those words, and if they find certain words that I'm saying or that somebody in chat is saying, then an advertiser who has paid, say, okay, whenever somebody says the word fat or cheese or whatever, it'll show you that ad. You know what I'm saying? So that ad, it may not have been a coincidence that cream cheese ad came up. You're talking about fatty, sweet. You'd use the word sweet, taste. So maybe it's possible that triggered that particular ad. I don't know. Anyway, they do that. They do that now. YouTube does it, I know, and Twitch, I don't know if they're doing that or not, but it's I wouldn't doubt it if they're doing that now. The ads, Twitch used to have their own ad department or whatever. It used to all be handled by Twitch, the selling of ads and playing ads and all that. And then, I don't know, 6 months or a year ago or something like that, they, Amazon took over that whole thing from Twitch. So it's all done by Amazon now. And I think when that happened, I think streamers got less money after they did that. The whole idea was to try to make it more efficient. But I think streamers actually started getting less money. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know when I looked at it once and it didn't look like I was getting a lot of money for ads. Back. Big Ducky Snow. Did a happy dance emote. And then Big Ducky Snow said something. Oh, a wink or a smile about advertising cream cheese. And Peekaboo Draw says, that's like when you mention something random, then the next day you see ads for the thing everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times that it really is random, right? I mean, it's just coincidence. I used to always get freaked out when I was, if I was reading a book or something, or reading something, and there would be a phrase in the book, and as you're reading it, your TV or whatever would say the same words that you're reading. You know how that happens every once in a while? And it's just because it's volume, right? You're so many things, so many words that you're reading thousands of words, and your TV is saying thousands of words, and every once in a while they connect, just randomly. But when it happens, it's such a weird thing, You're reading this, and you read a phrase, and then TV says the same thing, either right before or right after you read it. That's happened, right? You've had that happen before, right? It's just such a weird thing, And it has to be random, right? Unless if I'm talking about like reading a book, right? Like this kind of a book. There's no way somebody's going to know what you're reading. There's no way that could happen through some automated process or something. It's just random. It's just, but when it happens, it's so weird. Yeah, it's so creepy. Yeah, it is. But now we don't know if it's random anymore, right? If we're reading our you could be reading your Kindle, right? And so Amazon knows what you're reading because you're reading your Kindle. It knows what page you're on. And Amazon is feeding ads through all these different things, and it knows that you're watching a Twitch channel while you're reading your Kindle. Then maybe it could be, maybe they could be doing that on purpose. We'll never know now. Let's see. Ivan Hughes says it's worse when the coincidence is with something you only thought and didn't say. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. Yep. Yeah. Or sometimes like I'll come up with some idea, I'll think about something. Really different, something that's totally weird. And then like the next day I'll just see lots of different things from that, about that. And it's, I think it's the effect of, that your brain is tuned to that particular subject, so you notice it more. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an example, but it's like any kind of a subject. You think of some new subject, and then after you think about that, you say, "Oh, that's really interesting," and then your brain notices it, and so your brain is going to be attuned to that particular subject or that particular topic or whatever. And then so your brain is going to, every time that you see something about that, your brain is going to recognize it. So for the next few days, you say, "Wow, look at all these things. I was just thinking about that," and all these things come up the next few days because your brain is attuned to that. Peekaboo Draws does the emote. What is this? Sketchy? Sketchy. Oh, that's the meme. I forget what that's called. it's a meme where the guy looks to the side or whatever. Ivan Neo says, tomorrow I'm speaking to a small group at the Chicago Philosophy Meetup about my book on evolution and design. That's a great emote, yeah. Yeah, it is really weird. But you know what I think might also be happen is that where you think about something and then it comes up, soon after that, that day or whatever. I think some of that might be that there's some topic that is like popular out in the whatever, in the media or whatever, and maybe you hear about it and it causes you to think about that thing, but you don't remember seeing the thing that prompted you to think about it. All you remember is that you thought about it, and so you think about that thing, and it's something that is already starting to become popular out there in the media. And then you see it more and more the next day or two. I think that might be part of the effect too. Oh, hi, Memloss. welcome to this chat here. Yeah, we're talking about just random stuff. I'm just basically doing the chat thing here, responding to chat. Welcome to chat. How are you doing? Hope everything's good. I'm sad I didn't get my GTA fix today. Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, okay. Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, Memloss was doing. He didn't stream for a long time, and then he started streaming car driving for a little bit, and then switched over to Grand Theft Auto, and I think that's what he's been on recently. Sorry, Memloss says, sorry, Peekaboo Draws won't be playing for a month. Oh, you're taking a month off. Oh my goodness. Memloss, flying to the States in a few hours. Oh, very cool. That's great, Memloss. Welcome to the States. Yeah, you won't. You probably won't want to stay here very long. It's kind of messed up here right now. Unfortunately. Yeah, Memloss did an IRL on what was it? That's Fox. Oh shit, I can't remember the name of it now. Guy Fawkes night. He did an IRL. I hope it's a good trip. Yeah. I hope you have a good trip here, Memloss. Hope you get a chance to do some fun stuff while you're over here. Hope to do some IRL walks there. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like Sloth does IRL streams from London and stuff too, so that's very cool. London seems like a cool town. I mean, there's just a lot of history and character and all that, Flying to the States. Eram says not like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's my bedtime. Ivan Neo, have a good night. Okay, good night, Ivan. Thank you for joining the stream. It's very nice to have you there. Thank you for the gift sub and the bits and the convo. It's very nice of you to be here. Pigwood Draw says good night, Ivan. Cab's here in 5 minutes. Wow, Memloss, you're ready to rock and roll there, huh? See you soon, everyone. All right, Memloss. Thank you for stopping in. Have a good trip. We'll be watching to see if you do any pop-up IRLs there. Yeah, I should probably get going too. It's 4 hours. This is a long stream. I didn't plan anything for the stream, but it worked out pretty good anyway. Because we had some raiders come in and do all that kind of stuff. It's way past my bedtime. All right, let me see if I can get raided out here. Any suggestions on who to raid here? Let's see here if I can look at that. Try to do this very quickly. I know. I hate when a streamer says, "Okay, let's raid out," and then they're like a half hour later, they're still trying to figure out who to raid, and you're like, "Okay, anytime now, let's raid out," you know. All right, let's see if if I can find a raid target. Oh, hey, okay, Raven Armed, he's pretty good. Let's see. Crazy Asian. Okay, let's. Crazy Asian has fewer. When you're choosing who to raid, you always go to the raid down if you can, right? Or sideways or whatever. Raid to the lower raider or lower streamer. All right, let's go to Crazy Asian. If I can spell his name here. K-R-A-Z-E-E. Oh my God. All right. All right, now let's see here. We got raid. I think it's /raid. Z _ Appreciate everybody stopping by. This is a very cool stream tonight for me. AZNNN. AZNNN. Okay, I think I did that right. No matches, it says. Okay, I must have spelled something wrong. K-R-A-Z-E-E. K-R-A-Z-E-E _ A-Z-N-N-N. Well, I think I'm typing his name correctly. Let me try again. Let me hit it here. Invalid username. How did I type that wrong? That looks right to me. All right, hang on just a second. We got a little bit more here. All right, I'm gonna have to. We might hear a stream here for a second. There we go. Okay, I got it shut off here. Copy. All right. Raid. Oh, you know what it was? I think I'm not supposed to say the @ sign in there. Maybe that's what it was. Is that it? Ah, there we go. Okay, we got it going. Great. All right, everybody. Let's see. Oh, I got to play my credits here. Thank you all for joining. Let me see if I can get my credits out here before the raid takes off. Yeah, join us on the raid, and you know the deal. We'll have to make our own raid calls.